Good evening. I would like to call to order the May 28, 2025 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Peggy Marker. Present. Kyle Waters.
Present.
Gabriel Jawslowski.
Here.
James Murphy.
Here.
Caleb Laux.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Jeffrey Sheldon, Gerald Buxbaum are not present.
We will now move on the approval of tonight's agenda. The staff has any changes to tonight's agenda as presented?
Yes, good afternoon, board members. We have case 8.2 for 243 Winona has been withdrawn, and case 8.4 for 737 Upland has been continued.
Any changes by the board members?
The 737 Upland will be continued to next month's agenda.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We now move to the approval of the minutes from the April 22nd, 2025 meeting. Any changes to the meeting minutes as presented in the packet? If none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I approve the minutes from the April 22nd Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Minutes approved. We now move on to the report of the City Historic Preservation Planner.
Good afternoon. Ana Maria Ponte, Assistant Development Services Director. Today, I want to welcome a new board member. Mrs. Caleb Laux is a licensed and accredited architect in Florida with over 15 years of professional experience over a wide range of projects and locations. He studied in the classical tradition at the University of Notre Dame School of Architecture, and he has been the studio director of FGS Design LLC since November 2015, and a member of the Education Committee of the Florida chapter of the Institute of Classical Architecture and Art. Mr. Caleb values the lessons of tradition and seeks to bridge the heritage of past generations to the built environment and community of today through his contribution to award-winning architecture firms and outreach with aligned organizations like the Institute of Classical Architecture and Art and the Historical Society of Palm Beach County. We appreciate he volunteered for this board, and welcome.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and welcome to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, the matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we base our decisions on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask that you please keep this in mind when making comments. For each of the cases in tonight's agenda, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present. 15 minutes will be allotted for cases involving a demolition. Following the applicant's presentation, staff will present. We will then open the floor to public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are planning to speak during public comment, please be sure to fill out a comment card that you can find it in the foyer and turn it to our board secretary. After public comment, the applicant is allowed a rebuttal, which will then be followed by executive session where we will render our decision. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we had any conversations outside of this meeting, so we now move on to the declaration of ex parte communications.
I'll start. As to the matter of all agenda items, I have not had ex parte communications or received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation or made a site visit or received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's May 28th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting. I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter of all items in tonight's agenda, I discussed all of them with staff. Except for that, I have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 24-108, I've had several conversations with the owner, just clarifying. Nothing has any bearing on tonight's agenda. As to all other matters, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communication. I have not conducted an investigation, nor a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
As to the matters on tonight's agenda, I, Peg Marker, have not had any ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. We now move on to the swearing of the speakers. If you plan on speaking at today's hearing, please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. So now today we have 4 cases in the consent agenda. So if nobody has an issue with those 4 cases, can I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve all consent cases, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So if you are here for cases 24-112 on 409 45th Street, 24-108, 808 Claremore Drive, 25-21, 420 48th Street, and 25-28, 194 Sunset Road, your cases are approved. Thank you. Now we move on the continued cases in the agenda. The first one is case 42-110 for 401 47th Street, and we will have the applicant presentation.
Yes, the applicant is here. She is.
Hi, good afternoon. Members of the board, my name is Viviana Vicente. I'm here in behalf of NRH Homes and BF Business OC Realty. We are proposing a 2-story single-family home at 401 47th Street. This application was originally presented back in February in the meeting and was continued for revisions due to concerns related to the design, massing, and compatibility with the surroundings. In response, we've submitted updated plans for today's board meeting. The key points we've addressed include massing, patterns in the design. We still are in compliance with all the setbacks. There's some concerns in the contextual with having the front at Flagler. We did have a meeting with staff and we agreed based on the contextual that our front was going to be Flagler. so we met those requirements. We've evaluated the surroundings considering we're proposing a 2-story home. Last board's meeting, the revisions, based on your feedback, here are the major updates that we've done to the design. The contextual setback and the zoning metrics to be finalized via a project data table when we submit for the building department. The window sections, we've revised them with appropriate mullion depth and stucco finish. The west elevation windows to be added where it was architecturally appropriate to the style that we were proposing. The 2nd-story lap siding specified as smooth cement stucco in the bevel profile. And then the shingle roof confirmed for historic appropriateness. The garage and the French doors now also match the elevations and based on the previous board comments from the board. Now we do comply with standard 9 and standards 10, which ones the main ones that we didn't comply on the last board's meeting. The proposed structure now respects the historic character throughout the compatible form, materials, and massing. And also standard 10, which is all new construction elements are designed to be reversible, preserving the district's integrity. And we've also included some other 2 stories. We've noticed in 31st and 31st Street and Spruce, there's a new build of a 2-story home, and other 2-story, and that's why we felt we're proposing as well as 2-story single-family home. The staff has reviewed and recommended approval with several conditions we have evaluated, and we do agree and are willing to comply with all 11 of them. I can go back. Thank you.
Thank you. We now will have the staff presentation, please. We will have comments or questions after staff presents.
So for the benefit of some of the board members that were not here when this case was presented previously, this was continued. This property is located at the northwest corner of 47th Street and Flagler Drive. It's a vacant property. This case was continued from the February 25th board hearing. It's within the Norwood Harbor Historic District. This is the green card that shows the previously existing structure that has been demolished since then. This is the historic designation map that shows the designation of the properties surrounding the existing site. So if you can see, the adjacent property on the west side is a non-contributing structure, but the property on the north side is a contributing structure that is a frame vernacular. And the property across the street is a contributing structure with a minimal modern style. The applicant explained in general the proposed design as it was included in the staff report, so I'm not going to explain in detail the proposed design, but I'm going to go over the conditions that staff has been recommending. We evaluated the amendment designs, and we think with the conditions that staff is proposing, the application will comply with the Secretary of Interior standards. One of the conditions that we are requiring is the location of the structure within the contextual setback. As it was presented by the applicant, the structure is situated at meeting the 25 feet setback from Flagler Drive. But based on the analysis of the site, it's determined that it needs to be moved to meet the contextual, that is approximately 20 feet. So this is one adjustment that they will need to do, like basically just move the structure closer to Flagler Drive. In this particular site, Flagler Drive is considered the front setback. It's different than other locations throughout the city where the narrowest frontage of the lot is the front setback. There's a special provision under the historic preservation requirements that specifically states that properties along Flagler Drive consider Flagler as their front. So that's why the application of the contextual setback is so important in this, for this property. The remaining of conditions for the compliance with the zoning and land development regulation, the building complies with all of those. So we have included the condition of basically just move the structure closer to Flagler Drive by approximately 5 feet. These are the elevations that were presented by the applicants. I'm not going to go over that. And the streetscape was not updated, but it's included in there. Then other conditions that staff has recommended to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards and make the proposed structure more appropriate is conditions regarding some details of the proposed building, including the material of the upper level that has to be specifically fiber cement smooth finished siding or drawn stucco, and the applicant has agreed to that. Also, the material of the roof, there should be asphalt or composite shingle roof, and also the mullions in the pair windows that are on the upper floor, specific dimensions of those and details on what the projections are. Staff is also recommending additional openings in the west elevation to reduce the amount of blank wall that is currently proposed on this one. So these are just locations where proposed windows could be located, but we could work with the applicant on defining exactly the locations of those windows, but we consider it's important to add more windows. Also adding the one detail that needs to be reworked is the detail of the lintel of the windows and the stucco banding that is proposed on the top of the roof. So these two elements need to be separated, so the windows need to be lower. That's the same. We can work with the applicant on defining exactly that, and also the details for the stucco banding around the windows. All those have been included as conditions of approval. Staff recommends approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition does meet the required Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria in section 9449. And I have the list of conditions. I'm not going to read all of them because it's too many, but we believe that with the conditions of approval, staff can work with the applicant to bring the project in full compliance. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions to the applicant or to staff?
Anna, thank you. I'm sorry, you tailed off at the end. The 11 conditions, they could be handled at the administrative level working with your staff.
Yes, you believe
Okay.
we can handle those ones.
I have no question, but I do want to thank you on how thorough this was. It tremendously helps out. So I just, thank you.
I cannot take the credit. This was Aaron Born-Graver, who worked very extensively with the applicant.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. The staff memos continue to improve with the data you supply and the graphics, and
Okay.
the little bit of the history allows us to go to our records to find the minutes and those kinds of things. I really appreciate it.
Great.
I have a question for the applicant. On the right side, the north elevation, is there a reason why the garage door is off-center from the facade or can be centered?
sorry. You mean if it could be centered?
Centered on that portion of
On
the
that
facade,
wall.
yes. Looking at the plan, there is no reason why that door cannot be centered.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be either. If it could be centered, yes.
Okay. And do you know what the ceiling heights are? The ceiling heights, do you know what they are?
They're 10 foot, but they're not specified in the presentation. Anymore. That's 24.
It's 24.
Can I open my
Yes,
presentation?
you can.
So I think that one, I can enlarge it a little better.
Yeah. 20.
Yeah, it's
So
not,
they're
they're not
10.
noted, but it looks like around 10 feet
Yep.
on the second floor
Yeah.
and maybe 8 feet on the first floor. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up on the garage question. You may want to examine relocating your driveway so that you can actually maneuver your vehicle from the street into the garage without hitting the house on the site plan. And then the entryway seems a little out of scale. Anna, I don't know if you had a condition, one of the 11 of that.
We did not.
Did not? Okay.
But if you want to add that, we can work with them on reducing the scale. I agree with you. It looks a little bit too big for that. Maybe reducing the pitch.
This one's actually a follow-up to James. Relocation of the driveway, I think you're spot on. That is going to be problematic, especially the street, how it kind of gets narrow and tails in. What would it look like in terms of the setback requirements if they were to relocate it? Because I think there's going to be a challenge there.
I think I mean, we'll have to talk and see, but I'm thinking the driveway could be moved slightly north so they can have a better turn radius to access the garage. That will not impact the required front setbacks, so.
I mean, if they had to engage Public Works, start over. Is there anything that would preclude them from having a new curb cut?
I mean, I cannot say for sure.
Okay.
But maybe we can include the condition that says that we will work with them to relocate the
Okay.
driveway north and to be able to center the
Perfect.
door for the garage. Honestly, I think even with the current location of door, they have a hard time making that turn.
Yeah.
So it would be better
Unless
to
they
have
back up.
the curb cut on the north side.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, unless they are willing to back up all the time.
Yep. That might be why it wasn't centered.
Maybe. But that doesn't justify it.
No.
Somebody wants to make a motion, or you have more questions?
If there's no more comments from my fellow commissioners or from the public, I'm willing to make a motion.
I think you have to call for public comments.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you. We have to go to executive session before.
Public comments
Is
first.
there anyone on the audience that wants to speak on this case? Seeing none, we now move to executive session. So I think that is straightforward right now.
All my comments remain.
Yeah.
Anyone? If there's no one else that would have further oh, go ahead, Kip.
I saw the previous application, and I defer to some of the other board members to, I think they made a huge difference in this application from the previous one. I think with a few other subtle changes, this could really basically be what it wants to be. Like I think the differentiation between the first and second floor massings, I can see where the wall wants to break, where it looks like the one-story portions want to differentiate themselves from the second-story portions, so that number one, it will reinforce the symmetry that Mr. Jaroslavsky was trying to suggest with moving the front door. So where the laundry room is now, and other areas like on the rear elevation, which maybe is not seen from the street, but I think will really help define what this is. And then just a couple, I think with uniform window pane proportions, because on the front we have a few that are like, let's say, 3x5 window proportions, but then there's ones that are lower that look more square, and the ones on the side that look more horizontally rectangular. I think making those adjustments would really improve this. I mean, it's an improvement from what I saw from the previous month.
I think, is that already in the conditions about the windows?
But only for the mullions. You're talking about the pair windows on the second floor?
I'm talking about you have the 6/6 windows on the east elevation, like those pair windows. That's actually those windows are like a proportion you see a lot on these historic buildings. Like the proportion of height to width is like 5:3, something like that. But then if I go to the garage elevation and then the street elevation on Flagler, they're like long rectangles. And then you go to the ones on the first story, they look more like squares. And so if you look at some of these houses, especially some of the Craftsman colonial ones, the window proportions, even if they're different sizes, all the panes tend to be a little bit more uniform. And so I think that would help tie this whole house together and not look, that and then obviously differentiating the one-story portions from the two-story portions with slight planar breaks.
There's a couple conditions in there, Anna, about windows that I think you could probably add that to if that's what the board consensus is. Towards the end, there's some conditions about windows.
Yeah, condition number 10.
And 11, both of them are.
The condition number 10 was regarding additional windows on the rear elevation. That's the west elevation, basically. Just finding additional locations for more openings on this elevation to balance the facade. but we did not have any condition. If you're talking about the Flagler elevation.
I'm just talking about in general as a whole. Like, I think all the windows are different, like, all the window panes are different proportions. They look like they were added at different times. So like I'm saying, like, the handsome windows are the ones on the front, like the paired windows at the top, but then all the other windows tend to look like they're added and replaced at different times because they're just different proportions of the window panes.
So can we add language that just basically makes a condition that they
Yeah,
have consistency in the windows, works with the staff to,
if that, we all think that that is important, yes, we can add a condition to that.
I mean, I have no problem with that. I just think we need to make sure that we don't get into a situation where they're having to do custom windows, you know what I mean? Just to across the board, to keep budget in mind.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think, let's say, keeping the windows the dimensions they are for the most part, like, let's say the windows that are type C, those could easily be a 6/6 and the dimension they are, and it'd be more in keeping with the window type B. The window type A is close, and it's close-ish, but it's like I'm seeing like square windows, tall windows, like I'm seeing square panes, tall panes, horizontal panes. You know, usually you can find something with like standard unit sizes that the grill patterns closely align with that, like closely align with each other.
We can work on that.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, I will move that a Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-110 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 9449 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. This motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and the intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach. Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10. The conditions include the following. Conditions 1 through 11 as immortalized in the staff report. Is that sufficient? Great. New condition 12, to work with staff and study the entry proportion and scale of the front entry. Condition 13, to center the garage door opening in the ground floor facade and offset the driveway if feasible in order to create a better maneuverability from access to the street into the garage. And condition 14, the applicant shall explore working with all windows proportion, work with staff in order to have a more uniform appearance.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Project approved. Okay, it's approved. We now move to the next case, case number 25-08, 303 Pilgrim Road. If we can have the applicant presentation, please.
Hello, I'm Wayne Farrell, the owner of architect1.com, with my daughter Veronica, representing the Bargs today. Thank you for having us. I heard about the new baby. My son just had and his daughter and my daughter-in-law just had a new baby on April 9th, so we're pretty thrilled. So she's an aunt. Okay, so last time we were here, I think since then we've revised the elevations to be more contextual so that it fits in with the other window types and things in the neighborhood. And also we brought more information along with the staff. We'd like to thank Aaron for helping us a lot in regard to this coming back the second time. We wanted to show that at the end of this presentation, there's a video that sort of brings us, it's an animation video that brings us down the street, showing the, that the addition to the garage is really not visible until you get to right about here. And that's from pretty much anywhere in the neighborhood. And so that will help, I think, a lot in regard to that. Also in the neighborhood, there are 22 two-story structures that are main houses, and I guess another one about to be, so that makes 23. And there are 8 two-story accessory structures in the neighborhood as well. So I'm gonna let Veronica. She prepared most of this along with a render in my office. So I'm gonna let her flip through things.
So this is a recap of what we had previously. So we had basically the giant windows, which you guys didn't like. So we ended up changing that, as well as other things that you'll see later on in the presentation. So you also wanted to see the different elevations of the main house. So I wanted to show you from the top view, A, B, and C. And you can see these other images as well based on that elevation or that top view.
Yes, I'd like to point out also that the garage face is 87.5 feet from the street as well.
Okay. So our new approach is all the structures not contributing. Care has been taken to design the addition in a manner that is visually respectful to the district. We're gonna skip that because we already have that in this. So here are all the two-story structures in Bel Air that I wanted to point out. We highlighted all of the massings that are two-story structures and accessory structures, both contributing and non-contributing. So there's 2 of them. So the first one is two-story main house, and there's a two-story accessory structure in the back, and this one is a contributing structure that is on the same street. There's a second one, which is a two-story main house, which is also non-contributing. This one's a two-story with it's just a two-story accessory structure in the back, and it is a contributing structure. Two-story main house with a two-story accessory structure in the back, and it is contributing as well. Two-story main house and non-contributing. Two-story main house contributing. Two-story main house contributing as well. And the main house contributing here as well.
And that's with the accessories, isn't it?
No, this one's not.
Okay.
Here as well. Two-story non-contributing. This one is two-story main house with a two-story accessory structure that is contributing in the back. Two-story main house contributing. Two-story main house with a two-story accessory structure contributing. And a two-story main house with a two-story accessory structure non-contributing, which is like how we want to do ours. And there's a two-story main house non-contributing. This one's contributing. This one has an accessory structure. This one has an accessory structure. This one's just a main house. So the point of this being is that there are 22 both contributing and non-contributing main story houses with 8 accessory buildings. And I believe last meeting there was only, I believe you said there was only 2, but there are definitely more. So per the previous house that I showed you that is contributing, that is down the street, we wanted to make the windows on the elevation based on that. So we took the windows off of this house right here and put them on our elevation to make them conform to the standards. So this is basically what we did with our structure, and we did black frame windows to match the main house. Don't think the video is gonna work. We'll show the video later. So this angle is from the next door neighbor's house. As you can't see the 2-story structure in the back due to the house in the front. And then you can only see it when you get up to the driveway. So when you're driving like 5 miles an hour and you're sticking your head right out the window, then you can actually see it.
Right, and as you can see, the main house is blocking 3/4 of the front of the existing garage right now. You have to kind of go through and wiggle your car into that garage as it is, which I don't think they're using as a garage. So it's kind of already hidden partly behind that. And go ahead. Yeah, you can see this is really what it will look like.
And then it disappears behind the house. And then this is from the other neighbor on the, I believe, east side of us. You can't see it from their driveway as well, so.
Right, and you can't even, if you're in the neighbor's backyard, you won't be able to see that addition as well. On the right side, you can't see it at all because the roof of the main structure is blocking the view, and they also have another building, I think it's in the back, that's blocking their view of this, what would be our addition. So I think the concern was that it would alter the feeling of the neighborhood, but honestly, and we do have a video if we can find it. I mean, we have it, we need to put it in the jump drive. Is that possible? Because it's not loading here in the main presentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what happens with the video is it's kind of over here at this point, and you're driving down the road really as if you were a person looking straight at 90 degrees toward all the houses, which nobody does, but there it is. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so Nur in our office did a great with some blowing leaves and everything. But there you go, you're going down the street, you're facing straight out the window, which nobody does, but this is the feeling you have in the neighborhood. And right there at this little window, you see our second story there. So that's the impact on the neighborhood, which we think is very, very minimal, and also it's in a style that we think works, you know, with the rest of the context of the neighborhood.
I believe that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, Aaron helped us a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the staff presentation.
Good evening. Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking on behalf of Aaron Borngraber for HPB Case 2508. This case was originally continued from the April 22nd HPB meeting. The request from Charles Farrell was for a certificate of appropriateness for construction of a second story to an existing accessory structure, and the accessory structure was not classified. And the principal structure of the parcel, rather, was designated as a non-contributing structure within the Bel Air Historic District. Our consultant has provided existing site photos for staff's presentation, along with the district designation from 1999. He's also provided a surrounding buildings analysis. Please note that the Bel Air Historic District ends at the north side, so any buildings to the north would not be considered in this analysis. And he has provided the zoning and land development regulation standards, as this is a single-family, high-density residential context 2. Proposals in the south elevation feature 3 fixed windows and a 1/3 vertical 2 light on both stories. The floor plans and renderings. Concerns brought up from the last meeting include the removal of the garage door, the proportions of the windows, and the impact of a 2-story accessory structure. We feel that as of this month, the applicant has made substantial progress in taking staff's direction and in taking the board's comments into their recommendation for approval with conditions. And this is based off of the information on the, for the doors, windows, and roof, based off of architectural elevation drawings, as the window and door schedule is something that can be refined at the staff level. The conditions are as follows, along with applicable codes, along with the original proposal from last month. So that concludes staff's presentation on behalf of Aaron Born-Grabber.
Thank you. Questions to staff or to the applicant, please?
Yeah, I have a question, please, to the applicant. One, do you have a photograph of the existing garage door? Sub-question of that, is the garage currently functioning as a garage? And then, do you have any photographs or evidence that there's sliders on the main house?
So I think that the garage is just storage right now, from what I remember at the site. Do we have a picture, did you say, of the garage door, the current garage door? Yeah, I think that was in the photos, right?
It's in the staff report.
Yeah, it's, you wanna, are you able to pull up pictures of the garage door? It is, it's in my presentation? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There it is right there. Maybe we can zoom in.
Let's see, maybe. Might be able to go through. Here we go. The bottom left.
So it's a simple roll-up panel door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. And then are there any sliders on the main house?
Sliding glass doors
Yeah.
on the main house?
Looks like there's just a swing.
Yeah. I can't remember what's on the back side of it.
Okay. But thank you for bringing the contextual photographs of the existing property.
So you know that there are 5 conditions for approval. Are you in agreement? Do you agree with those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you come to the podium, please? So what are the ceiling heights now on the ground floor and on the second floor? What are the ceiling heights?
Say that again?
Ceiling heights.
Ceiling heights are just, I think, 8 feet in the main house. It's just a,
In the accessory structure.
oh, in the accessory. The ceiling height of the garage, I think, is 8.5 feet.
And the second level?
The second level is, I don't remember, I think it's 8.5, okay, 8.5.
Thank you.
Mhm.
What is the dimension of the muntins you have in your rendering versus the line drawing? Because in the rendering, they look quite wide.
Yeah, the rendering is a little, I think, a little off, but the muttons, I would say, are like a normal, 1 inch or 3/4 inch, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the rendering got a little.
So the revised plans still show the stove and the oven. That will be gone, right?
Any more questions? No. Is anybody in the public that would like to speak on this particular case? Seeing none, we move into executive session.
The existing, got it. I appreciate them including the imagery of the existing property, the main house, excuse me. I don't think it's probably wise for us to approve a mullion pattern from off-site. I think they said that they gained that mutton pattern from a property 1 or 2 doors down. We should probably stick with the mutton pattern, which is just the horizontals, which are evidence on the front facade. Otherwise, I don't really have much comment on that application as a whole.
I agree with that. I was kind of feeling
Yeah.
it's a
I agree too.
transitional house. It should be its own thing.
If I recall, a lot of our reservations was having substantial evidence for that second story and having well over 20. I think that definitely subsided my reservation there.
Yeah, I also was concerned that I thought maybe the garage door was significant in and of itself, and the evidence shows that it is not, so. And they're presenting a recess, which was not shown in the original presentation last month, and so that's a good nod to the original opening size.
Regarding your question or comment about sliding doors, we try not to approve it, but since this is really not a non-contributing structure, I would tend to approve it.
Okay, yep. If there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2508 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional compatibility criteria set forth in the HP ordinance, section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the HP ordinance and the HP element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach. Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, standards 9 and 10. The conditions include the following 5 conditions immortalized in the staff memo, and condition number 6, that the applicant work with staff to incorporate a horizontal mullion design on all elevations.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Congratulations. Case approved.
Thank you.
The next case is also a continued case, 25-13 and 13A, 284 Lytton Court.
Hello, everyone. My name is B. Canthan. I'm the CEO and the principal architect for Canthan Design Corporation, the applicant. This is a continuation of what we presented last month. We're looking for, this month there's going to be 2 different cases. So the first case is a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of an existing non-contributing structure and the construction of a new 2-story single-family home. Along with that, there's a Class B special use permit to allow for the accessory swimming pool. So we'll get into that as well. So here's a satellite view of the street. I think there are some new board members here from the last time we presented, so a lot of this might be repetition, but just giving an overview of the project. So the reason why this had to happen this way is we had a frontage change. So the frontage used to be Olive Avenue, and now we've changed that to Lytton. So that affected a lot of the setbacks and things, which is why we're looking for this Class B for the pool as well. The design style of this project is a Mission Revival 2-story structure. So some elements about Mission Revival styles. We see that for the roof, we like to stick with a clay or concrete tile. The walls are stuccoed, but it's more of a textured stucco. There's patio areas, landscaped area. The walls are very unadorned, so nothing too, not a lot of fenestration or elements on walls. Parapets, dormers, the ornamentation is typically plaster and wood. Arches, so doorways, openings, windows, there's some arches, and the floor plans are more rectangular and symmetrical. So some staff recommendations. So these are some recommendations that the staff had on this initial certificate of appropriateness. We are okay with all of them except for item number 4, which we already discussed with staff. W11 through W14 was noted to be fixed windows. However, we cannot do that due to building code egress window requirements. So we are going with casement windows as opposed to fixed windows, but the style is different. We'll show that on the renderings. Here's the Class B special permit application. We have no issues with any of these conditions. All of them will be met, and they are currently meeting what they are based on our current design. So last time we came, these were some changes that were recommended. Lowering a ceiling height to 10 feet on the first floor, lowering ceiling height to 8 feet on the second floor. More emphasis was needed on the main room. The arched was situated on top, and that was something that was under discussion, taking away some of the arches. They seemed to be too many. The stucco representation was not shown as textured, but rather smooth. Again, with the arches, and then trying to keep equal spacement of windows. I think one of our members here mentioned the garage door as well. Last time we had a 1 garage door that we've adjusted to 2 garage doors. The solids to voids, so we started adjusting aspects of the design to have more of those. And the railing detail of the balcony is more in tune now with the mission style. So this was our previous renditions that we presented last month. We'll talk about how we adjusted it this time. So this is a very orthographic, noted drawing that doesn't give us more of the beauty of it, but you can see that there are elements that we changed. The ceiling heights were lowered, garage doors were adjusted. You can see arches were removed on the first floor, heights were modified. We added a window in the main room to give it more emphasis. Windows are equally spaced and the stucco has a different finish. So this is the orthographic view. This is how it looks in 3D. So this is a representation of what we're trying to do, actual materials, actual textures, things like that. Another aspect which we didn't mention but was on the last element was the grids. So we're going with a 10 grid pattern, which staff also recommended, which we're sticking with on our design. Nothing really has changed on that, but you can see the modifications here. This is how that looks in 3D. So this is the view from the pool coming out of the main room. You can see how that looks with the textured stucco, and then the other sides. So here's an aerial of the whole site, seeing how this now changes, and you can see how the frontage is now not facing Olive. It's now facing Lytton, which is why we're asking for that Class B. And we only put this in here just because this was mentioned at our last meeting. Here's the Florida product approval, the type of door, and the exact spec that we're showing on our renderings for those two single garage doors. So that's our presentation. We'll now give it to staff.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking for the record on behalf of staff for HPB Case 2513. This case was continued from last month's HPB meeting. Our applicant has since applied for a Class B special use permit. And while there is one presentation from the applicant and one presentation essentially from our staff, there are going to be 3 separate motions in total for this particular proposal. The first one is for the continued COA, and then there will be 2 motions for HPB case 2513A. The 2 motions for that case are the first one to grant the applicant a waiver to comply with section 94-273, and the second one will be a motion to grant the applicant the special use permit. And the language for both of those motions for 2513A can be found on pages 43 through 45 for this case's staff report. This was information from last month's meeting. Subject property is a non-contributing structure in the Central Park Historic District, constructed circa 1960. There was an original case from January 2005 that was denied under a different applicant and a substantially different design. As of between when it was denied up until last month, there's been substantial reform within this proposal. The applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness approval for the following. This has not changed: demolition of the existing non-contributing structure with the construction of a new 2-story Mission Revival residence. Attached are the applicant's renderings. We also have the zoning and land development regulations review. This has not changed as well from last month, but to provide context with what happened, we have extracted language from Article 19, which states that the front lot line is assessed in corner lots is the public street right-of-way which possesses the narrowest length. And so while the main entrance for this proposal was along Lytton Court, the front setback was assessed at South Olive Avenue. And it was for this reason that the applicant did need to apply for a Class B special use permit. The lot coverage was also looked at section 9485, and they did meet one of the 5 criteria to get an additional 3%, as their lot coverage was at 36.35%, so they were 1.35% over. Comments from the board at the last meeting were Issues with the height of the first floor and a massive amount of interstitial space above the bay window. The main room needing more emphasis, arches situated on top of either single or double hung windows, the rhythm of solids to voids, railing detail on the balcony, and more design emphasis on the garage door. And our applicant has done a very good job in taking both staff's directions and the board's comments. Here we see just some of those new proposals in the floor plans. And in the north elevation, we see that there is a condensed interstitial space above the bay window. We see a third window added at the main room. We see a new textured stucco. We see the continuation of the Pecky wood brackets from the east elevation of the garage to now make it one harmonious unit to go from the garage, the bay window, and the main room on the first floor. We've also had more evenly spaced windows. If you could imagine the space along the main entrance and the balcony on the second floor as a line of symmetry, we see those windows are now more evenly spaced. We see those changes on the east elevations and the south and west elevation drawings as well. So again, as we've said, our applicant has taken great direction from us as staff and from you as the board. And we are going to recommend approval with conditions of HPB case 2513 for the demolition of an existing non-contributing structure and the construction of a new two-story Mission Revival residence as it complies with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. If we could go back to highlight condition number 4. We did address this with our applicant after we published our staff report. We do understand that the applicant needs to comply with Florida Building Code and needs to have some kind of egress for those particular windows. So we are okay with that pending board approval and board discussion. Textured stucco shall be a mix of horizontal vertical lines. This is a more specific type of textured stucco that we are imposing as a condition, and we've extracted an example from 736 Claremore Drive. So as for the 7th condition, we are imposing this condition as a 10-light pattern, as that would generally be acceptable depending on the framing. That will need to be determined by staff upon reviewing the proposed order form of the graphic. Here we have the applicable codes, and with that we will move into HPB case 2513A, and that's for the Class B special use permit. Our proposals are here in the provided survey and site plan. Our staff finds that this proposal also complies with the specific use standards, residential district standards, and the additional standards from section 94304 with a waiver needed by our applicant. So for our recommendation, we are recommending approval with conditions for HPB case 2513A with a granting of a waiver of 17 feet and 8.5 inches. And these are the conditions that we are imposing for the Class B special use permit. Along with that, we have attached pertinent sections within our code of section 94305 and how we can impose that within the conditions for this case. With that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentations, both the applicant and staff. Questions to applicant or to staff?
I'm sorry, that was an exceptionally well-rounded presentation, but I would like to see the existing elevation. I think it's from the applicant's presentation, showing the I think it was a rendering showing the accumulation graphically with green call-outs of all the things that were adjusted in the old.
Are you referring to this slide?
No, just maybe the existing elevation, the previous elevation.
I believe I indicated that in my presentation.
Oh,
Is that
was
what
it?
you're referring to?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I just want to see the front facade of the original presentation last month.
So this
Perfect.
slide shows the north elevation.
That's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
You could just leave it up for, I'm gonna want that for the executive session.
This is a couple questions for staff. What was the issue with the previous arched second-story windows as they were drawn?
So that harkens back to a comment that was brought by our board last month, was that the situation of arched windows serving as transoms on top of either single or double hung windows were not architecturally appropriate with a Mission Revival residence.
So it should have been a casement, or it should have been a single hung?
Should have been either a casement or fixed.
Oh, okay. And then, are there historic examples of these eave bracketing details, not as outlookers, but as actual brackets in wood, especially on the first story in the neighborhood?
We were not able to find any examples of such. So this would be a little bit of a precedent, but we did find it consistent with a Mission Revival residence.
Okay. And then I will say, one of my questions was going to be the stucco texture examples. And I think the example you showed was great. I think a finished example would also go, maybe 2 or 3 examples would go a long way in the future, because I think that's a big issue going forward. People don't get the stucco finishes right. There's lots of bad examples. I think this one will probably turn out well once you get it all painted, but I do appreciate the example.
Exactly.
And then I have a question for the applicant. The height of that guardrail, I think on a note you have it at 42. It just looks really tall proportionally to that opening, and even on the side elevation. So, and I was trying to see where in the section where you have what that beam height is. I don't know if the guard, and I saw it sits on a curb, which actually I like, because it would reduce the scale of it. I'm just trying to understand how high that beam is and how high that handrail is off the floor of the balcony.
Yeah, I have to look at my plans. I can give you that answer if you need an exact number right now. I just have to get back to you in a minute or so.
Okay, yeah, it's let me see, I'm looking at drawing, I guess, section B on, we lost it. On drawing A302. Because it gives a ceiling height, and then it looks like there's different, it's kind of hard to tell because I see you have some datums, but it looks like the beam is maybe 8 feet above the finished floor. But then you also have that poured curb.
I'm waiting for my drawings to load.
All right, no worries.
Maybe it's on the... Can I see my presentation? Maybe it's on, yeah. I don't know, your Wi-Fi is kind of spotty here.
I have it.
Well,
uploaded.
maybe
You might
we
want to
could-
go on to executive.
Yeah, maybe we can move on to
Says
that. 'cause
42
then I
inches
can-
in the plan.
Yeah, maybe we can move on from that.
Then
Okay.
the head height is at 1810, which is 6'8" above the finished floor.
Yeah, it's still loading. Maybe 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, maybe we can suss it out, because I do see, it just looks like it's a 42-inch rail sitting on top of a 12-inch curb, so it's like, looks like the guardrail would be like here.
What they are trying to
Yeah.
achieve, I think, is that beam head is aligned with the doors and the
Oh, no,
windows.
I don't, I think it's, if it was a 42-inch rail and it was, let's say, it's over half the height of the opening, and so even if it was a 6'8" opening, it looks like it's really tall. It's like
The
proportionally.
drawing here says 42 inches, and the head height is, I can do the math, 6'8" above the finished floor.
Right. But as it's drawn, it looks like there's less, like if it was 6'8" minus 42, like 80 inches minus 42 would be 30.
So-
Yeah, it looks pretty tall.
So, I don't know if you're able to see this, but we have section A302, BA302. There's a section through there. You'll see the ceiling height in there is 8'4". So you open the door and you have 8 feet when you step out, and there is a curb with a guardrail. So the guardrail is, let's see, it's 42 plus 12, but we can make the guardrail lower if we need to get that 42 because we do
Yeah,
have that
I
curb.
think that the issue is that the guardrail is noted as 42 and probably is drawn as 42.
Yeah.
But because you are way above the finished floor, you don't need really a 42 inches guardrail. You need to be 42 inches above the finished floor.
No, that's fine, yeah. So it'll
So-
be like a 36-inch
that-
guardrail.
That is the issue.
And I actually, and I will say, I think that would really, obviously, you know, the nice old details, they're not to code, but it would look nice that it scales down. I think it would really help humanize the scale of the house. Because I think I do like that detail, like clipping that little balcony over the front. I think just squishing the handrail to the bare minimum would be great.
Okay, that's fine.
And that we can add that as a condition. Good catch. Other questions to staff or to the applicant? Is anybody in the public that wish to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we move into executive session.
I can start. I personally think that this is, was a very nice, attractive proposal, and it is, I think, improved all around. With the exception of the second floor windows, I think the previous windows were a little better. I think they
Totally
took too
agree.
much off in studying the puncture, the scale of this openings to the wall and the lowering. So I think that they could iron that out with staff, but otherwise I think the ground floor execution is really well done, and I think it's much improved.
I agree, and I agree about the second floor windows.
I will make a comment on I'm looking at the lens of if I'm a homeowner and I'm walking into my covered porch, you know, covered every day, the one piece that does bother me is window W1. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy that or I'm going to love it. I think it's that love-hate relationship. I don't know how to solve it. But to me, W1 kind of looks like a loose tooth for me. That's like right smack dab, because you got a double door entry. You could do something special with it, but I don't know how to solve it. Ground floor.
Going back to my question about the bracket freeze, I defer to some other opinion here as well. I personally, I think I'd like to rather see like big outlookers, and not something so chunky. When I see something like this, I just see kind of the sort of brackets that get stapled onto spec homes, especially in my neighborhood and and it's just like, if it was something a little bit more refined or a little bit more subtle, I feel like I would feel this would be really a great home. I just feel like that, I think they want, my opinion is it wants to be outlookers and not just brackets. And I do think you see outlookers more than, say, big brackets. At least, and maybe even, it might be just a scalar issue, because like maybe you see brackets at scale on a second story, but maybe not so close to the ground. I mean, I can see where it can be really nice. Like I can envision examples in my head, but like just seeing it in a two-dimensional, even in the rendering, I just feel like I see them and see developer special, something that gets bought in the MDF and stapled on and painted. And I know these are Pecky Cypress, but this is like either it's like on a razor's edge. It's either like going to be something really really great, or it could be something that looks a little overdone and underthought. I like the fact that a Pecky, though. I think that's important.
So how would you feel, how would you word that to immortalize that as a condition?
I think that maybe staff can help provide some examples, but maybe either work with staff to reduce the scale of the brackets or make them into appropriately sized rafter tails detail.
Yeah, I think it should be, I don't think we should get into reducing the size, because I think that then they can potentially get too small. And
Right.
I think you're better off just changing it to what you think it should be.
Well, maybe they just become rafter tails, like, just
Yep.
in something with a nice profile in it that are, pitched with the roof, with the cypress frieze. Could look really nice.
Is the applicant okay if we add a condition like this? Can you work with staff to improve the scale of that bracket or outlooker or outrigger or?
Yeah, we have no problem doing it. We're just trying to stick with the Mission Revival style. And this is something that is in Mission Revival styles, this sort of Pecky Cypress bracket from our research that we found. We have no problem adjusting this, but then I don't know how that would relate to style, because we are trying to stick with an architectural style here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Sir, what's the window W1 in the entryway? What's the program behind that?
Yeah, so that is the entry. So when you come in through the garage door, that would be your view when you come in. So, let's say you're a homeowner, you're parking your car in the garage, you wouldn't be using your front door, you'd walk in through a hallway. That would be your window to see the front. If you don't have that window, there's no way for you to see the front of your house unless you walk to the bay window. So we thought that would be a nice feature when you come in through the garage, you can look outside. Yeah.
So it's actually a window in a vestibule that goes from the garage to the home. So there is no really program behind.
Right. So maybe that could be more of a signature window. I don't know how appropriate a round or an oval window would be with this type of architecture.
I think I'd let the applicant do something. That's certainly an opportunity to have fun.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's
And
perfect.
also, as you egress into, in the garage, back into the house, as you open that door, it blocks 75% of the window anyway. So
Yeah.
as you open that door, that's where that hinge will land. I think it's an opportunity, so I just, again, don't know how to really solve that.
Maybe if something fun gets installed there, the window can swing, the door can swing in the other direction, even though it's gonna swing on top of the washer and dryer, but
I don't think
probably
that-
it's not an issue.
I think it's just a place to let in light and have fun. I don't think
Yeah.
the doors. But I mean, yeah,
Opportunity.
your beginning of your presentation, you had a couple of examples of mission style, some which were contemporary mission interpretations, some which were had more merit, but some of them had like, I believe, a pierced stone, like window. I mean, things like that. I think that'd be real, like, could be really cool. But again, I don't know if that's something we're trying to impose.
So like staff explained before, we need 3 motions, one for case 25-13 for the new construction, right? And then one is a waiver and one is a special.
So if there's no more discussion, I'm willing to attempt at least one of the 3 motions. So, I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2513 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitations, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria, compatibility criteria set forth in the HP ordinance, section 9449 of the city's CLDRs. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the HP ordinance and the HP element of the comp plan of the city of West Palm Beach. Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, 9 and 10. The conditions include the following. Conditions 1 through 7 as immortalized in the staff report, with condition 4 being adjusted to accommodate egress, required egress in the form of a casement style window. Additional conditions number 8, the applicant work with staff to adjust the handrail at the second floor balcony opening to an appropriate size. Condition 9, that the applicant work with staff to modify the scale of the upper story windows to be more in alignment with the size of the previously proposed second floor window openings. And condition 10, that the applicant work with staff to adjust the overall style and appearance of window 1 on the ground floor in the entry to a more signature whimsical design.
Second?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. And one more condition, 11, that the applicant work with staff to modify the scale of the brackets or appropriate size rafter tails.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nobody oppose, I can see. Motion carries.
Okay.
Project approved.
I move that Historic Preservation Board grant the waiver for Historic Preservation Board case number 2513A as listed in the staff report dated May 28th, 2025. The motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that all of the applicable criteria in 94237A2 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations have been met.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No one opposed. Motion carries.
And finally, the third
Oh,
motion, I
Jay-
move that,
Are you guys doing, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up. There needs to be two separate motions, one for the demolition and one for the COA. Did you, I was trying to follow along, but I,
Melissa,
We
Following
didn't do a
staff.
demolition one. We didn't do a demolition
we
one.
didn't do the demolition? No. Okay. I'll get to the demolition.
okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we address
There are four.
each one of
Yeah,
them.
I'm just following staff's
Okay,
lead of
I
three.
gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion 3 is the special use permit. I move that Historic Preservation Board grant Historic Preservation Board case number 2513A, a request by Abi Canathem of Canathem Design Corporation on behalf of Anastasia Thiel for a Class B special use permit to allow a swimming pool within the front setback at 284 Light Inn Court. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 94, 36E3 and 4 and 5 have been met.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion carries.
And finally, I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2513 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the HP ordinance, section 9449 of the city's ZLDRs. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. I think that we need to do a modification to the granting of a special use permit because there were conditions in it. I don't know if you read the conditions.
He doesn't need to read all the conditions. He can reference them. He doesn't need to read all of them, and I know he's been referencing them. So,
So I will amend my third motion for the special use permit to modify that, still approving it, but in addition, the granting of the Class B special use permit is made conditional upon the restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards, the following 8 conditions as immortalized in the staff memo that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No one opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we move to the last continued case, case number 25-25 and 25-25A on 110 Greenwood Drive. Can I have the applicant presentation, please?
Good evening. My name is Jim Payne, representing Tom Coonahan and Sean Coonahan. I was here last month. You all may recall this presentation. We have a one-story mid-century ranch type house that had a barrel tile roof on it. Has one now. The comments at the meeting. Kristen Kellogg noted that really a flat white tile roof was more appropriate for this house, so we've made that change. We discussed the banding that we had proposed at the top of the window heads because we were raising the ceiling from 7'10" to 9'6" to differentiate. I see in the conditions that it is recommended that we just simplify that to a reveal, really, which is fine with us. And we coordinated the window, we discussed the window heads, and there's one remaining comment regarding a couple windows in the new addition in the southwest bedroom that are narrow, and that's really to accommodate a queen-size bed in between the windows. We would, and also I should note that that's not the front elevation, it's the west elevation, and that entire area is behind a courtyard wall which surrounds the pool on the east side and then continues down the north side past that addition. And so it's not visible, but if you prefer that condition remain in place, we will modify that bedroom to have a window that's more similar to the rest of the windows on the house. And then the last comment was regarding the front door, which is a 2-panel wood door, which we have not yet selected, but we'll certainly work with staff on that. And Mr. Mendez just informed me that the changes weren't, we drew it all, but somehow it didn't get into the record. But those are the changes were pretty subtle. We knew we were coming back this time for the special use presentation, which I noted from the previous project was pretty brief with regard to the pool. But we have a long, narrow lot, and it really makes most sense to put that pool where we have indicated it on the site plan. There's really no room elsewhere, and it will, of course, be protected by a 4-foot site wall, which will surround the pool and extend westward to the point of the garage access to the 2-story accessory building that we discussed. And I recall that you asked that we match that window upstairs, which we have done. And also the banding that was on that building to kind of match, we're eliminating as per your conditions. So that really concludes my discussion about it. And as Mr. Mendez said, I could scroll to the old elevations if anybody needs to see, or we can just proceed to staff.
Yes, thank you. We will proceed with staff presentation, and then we may have questions for you.
Okay, I'll be right here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking on behalf of Aaron Borngraber for HPB cases 2525 and 2525A. This is for the ad valorem pre-construction for an addition and alterations, along with a Class B special use permit. So the application was continued over concerns regarding the following: the lack of a demolition plan, stucco banding, roofing material, and window and door modifications. Our consultant has provided the property green card from 1962 along with a photograph from 2002 and the ZLDR compliance table. Here, our consultant has provided with the proposed alternative elevations presented. Our applicant did have a range of options, but when it comes to presenting at the board meetings, there is just one singular elevation drawing that is proposed. So in this one, they are retaining the window header height. And other documentation needs to be consistent with the proposed alternative elevations That has not been provided yet. The scope of work is for the addition, and that can be seen in the proposed floor plan and in the adjacent roof plans. Typical wall section that our consultant provided, along with the demolition plan, which was area addressed by our board from the last meeting. Staff recommends approval with conditions for HPB Case 2525 as it complies with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, along with the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. Conditions are as follows. The applicant shall provide an updated project data table. The stucco band shall be replaced with a score line, even though that is existing. And request 2 is a Class B special use permit with one waiver request. So there are 3 motions for this particular case. One is for the ad valorem with the ad valorem pre-construction addition alterations, along with the Class B special use permit and the waiver request. So those are the 3 motions for this case. Staff finds that this proposal generally complies with the general special use standards, specific use standards, residential district standards, and additional standards with the waiver that the applicant seeks. So here are conditions of approval for the Class B special use permit, along with the COA ad valorem pre-construction. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Questions to staff or applicant? Mr. Mendes, can you put the elevations back on the screen, please?
So, for the third condition of approval, are you suggesting, did the staff recommend removing that band that sits on top of the windows above the coins and making it a score line?
Not necessarily removing it, but more or less modifying it.
So what happened is that, and I also will have some questions, right? Because in my opinion, it's not really clear what we are approving, right? So the application is for 2 different things, or 3 different things now. One is to raise the roof of the main house. Mm-hmm. The second one is the new construction for an accessory structure. And the third, the special application for a pool.
Yes.
Right, within the setbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to the first one. So last month, when we reviewed this application, we didn't have clear, or was not clear enough if the windows were changing, if they were remaining, if they were raised or not. Mm-hmm. I don't know that we have it clear today. So then, based on your question, there was a banding added in order to kind of mitigate the fact that the roof is higher and the windows should remain where they are, but the application of a new banding that was not part of a historic house is appropriate, right? So we asked for the removal of that banding. So staff, in this case our consultant, is recommending removing the band and just adding a score line to signify where the roof were before and where is now that was raised. Right.
Yeah, that's a good summary. The only, I would add that there's also an addition to the main house.
Correct.
And that the original, last month, I know we talked about they're also raising the windows,
Yes.
which was contradictory to not raising the slab. And we needed demolition plans in elevation and plan format showing the extent of the demolition. It appears as though the windows are no longer moving vertically up, but they certainly were last month. Or I'm completely lost.
I didn't realize when Mr. Mendez told me that I think what happened was the drawings went in and were to the EPL system, but we didn't present a special disc. But the drawings are here, and there's a detail. Let me find it. I'll see it's weirdly cut off, though. You know, but gosh. Anyway, we discussed whether we explained that the windows, in terms of the appearance of the house from the exterior, are more in scale since we're, I believe, being allowed to raise the roof, 18 inches. We would bring the windows up to the height of the existing tie beam, which is 8 foot, and then there would be 1.5 foot space above, which is approximately what there is now. But if the roof is raised and the windows are left low, then it gives the appearance of too much wall space between the tops of the windows and the eave. So the windows are proposed to be raised, and there was discussion about it last month, but I thought there was kind of a general consensus that it was okay, although we did provide an alternate elevation in this presentation where the windows just stay low. And if that is your conclusion that the house looks better that way, we will accept that. But there wasn't a commitment. I see Mr. Murphy shaking his head, and I'm not implying that. It was just discussed. It's still our hope that you will allow the window heads to raise along with the roof, because I think the proportions are just better and it makes more sense.
There's no way for you to email yourself or something, your plans, so we could see them? Like what you've drawn?
No, they're here. They're here. I mean,
You have them in your packet.
And why did
The
this
submittal, this is just for the presentation. The board received the full packet of the drawings that you submitted.
Yeah.
So they have them, and you can pull it on your drawings, on your computer. That is what was submitted for the revisions.
Greenwood Drive.
Maybe somebody should show them to him so he can reference them.
Oh, yeah, now that's the way this is.
Okay.
It's- The detail there on the right side of the screen is complete. And it shows the existing tie beam and dotted line, and then it shows a new tie beam above, which facilitates the raised roof. And it shows the position of the windows in relation. It says typical window wall section there. And I just didn't realize how this was put into this presentation. But that represents the change that we're proposing. Yeah, I can find it.
That's the one that was sent to them.
And there's a demolition plan that the gentleman that you asked for.
Can you go back to that previous slide? Because as I recall from the previous meeting, you were leaving the windowsill height at the existing height. And as you were raising the height, you were increasing the height of that window or all windows to accomplish having, oversize and raising that roof up. That's what I recall. So it says here you're you're going to be, your lintel is going to be moved up, so by default, your window size is greater unless,
It's greater vertically, no
Yes.
doubt about it. It's maintained the same width horizontally. And that
Understand.
was something we talked about with Aaron and,
so you're not raising the sill height up, you're enlarging the window size.
exactly.
Okay.
Only vertically,
Right.
yes.
Only what?
Only
Only
vertically.
vertically.
And Anna was suggesting that I find the alternate plan that we did, although I would prefer you know our preferred solution. I'm looking for it here. Is this the alternate? See these,
It says proposed alternative elevation,
which one, this one?
yeah, proposed alternative elevations presented,
Yeah,
retaining
that is
window
it.
header height.
See yeah. That is if the windows stayed, the score line would be up where the band is. We've agreed that we won't do the 4-inch band. But see all that space above there? It just, I don't know. I think it's a better solution to bring those window heads up with the roof.
Okay. Where are we? In executive session or no?
No.
Still asking
No,
questions?
still asking questions.
All right.
Any questions regarding the accessory structure?
Can you go to these, you had a drawn streetscape.
Yes. So, streetscape. There's a streetscape.
Yep, thank you.
That's the north view.
Right. I think this is a kind of a good example in kind of a contrasting application to to one we had a little earlier in tonight's agenda, where a one-story house was able to better accommodate a two-story accessory structure due to the positioning being an interior lot. We're here because of the corner nature of the site, dual frontage. You can really see that there's kind of a little bit of a conflict with the two-story and the one-story structure, at least in my interpretation. But it just doesn't look like it's in scale with it. I'm struggling, and I know you called me out specifically. I just don't know how comfortable I am, and I'll talk with my colleagues about the general thesis of your application, which is removing the roof and adding wall height to this contributing structure and then changing the roof material. I just don't know what that will do to the contributing structure. The other portions of the application I'm less concerned about, but I'm struggling with that aspect. And the additional material you're supplying, it just isn't making me more comfortable. That's it.
Well, those issues, I know that's your personal opinion, but generally as a board, there wasn't a lot of question about the two issues that you're bringing up last month when Kristen Kellogg was here. But
So what are the ceiling heights again? I keep asking the same question over and over. what are the ceiling heights in the accessory structure?
The existing structure has 7 10-foot ceiling height. It's even lower than 8 foot.
No, but in the accessory,
The
the
accessory.
new accessory.
Accessory structure, it's 8 foot in the garage and 9 foot in the upper floor. Although we could reduce it to 8 foot if that would.
It cannot be 8 in the garage because the doors are at 8 feet, so maybe a
No,
little
the
higher.
doors are at 7 feet.
Right.
Isn't there a wall height on, requirement at the setbacks? Is it 20 feet or 21 feet?
It's 20 feet, but it's not in excess of 20 feet. You know, you got an 8-foot
It says,
garage.
it says 20 foot 8 on the south elevation. But I think that's, you define it as the bearing point, which is kind of like the top of the eave. I'm looking at A500.
The staff report lists that the accessory structure has an additional setback of 4 feet, 4.16 feet over the required setback of 5. So if it is set back further, they can exceed the 20 feet. So
If it's
like
set
one-
back.
And it actually is 20 feet. There's the number right there.
It says 26.6, the wall height.
Right there,
It says, on the drawing I'm looking
20
at, let me see.
Okay, so it seems the drawing said 20
Maybe
feet.
this is old one, hang on.
It's 20 feet 8 to the bearing wall.
Yeah, maybe that is an 8. My eyes aren't that good. All right. Well,
But they are set back. Can I see the floor plan? The side plan?
Yeah,
This
I feel like it's not very clear what we're being asked to approve, and I think we need to get some clarity before we're signing off on anything.
So, yeah.
All right.
if
Any
you
more
look up in the-
questions? So, no? Anyone in the public that wish to speak on this case? Seeing none, we move into executive session.
So I just want to clarify, you guys are being asked to approve a certificate of appropriateness for a new structure and addition and alterations to the contributing primary structure. So that's 1 and 2. And then a Class B special use permit for a pool. Those are the 3 things you're being asked to approve.
So what I meant when I said it wasn't clear was that I feel like there's all kinds of questions I'm not clear on exactly what's happening with the windows. I'm not really even clear how tall the accessory structure is. I feel like there's a lot of things that just don't seem clear.
You don't have enough information. Gotcha.
That's how I feel.
Gotcha.
I think that there is a lot of conflicting information. In the package that we received, there are 4 different set of drawings, so we don't know really which one is which. I mean, it's very confusing, right? And we really need to have it clear in order to approve it. And we, in my opinion, my personal opinion, the rest of the board can disagree with me, it's not clear enough.
I don't disagree. Though I think that it's our duty to supply the applicant with some direction. I don't see any of the staff conditions. I think I found them. 6 of them. I don't see, the existing roof is barrel tile, and they're proposing flat tile. That's okay? Is that original barrel tile roof? Is there evidence?
That was actually discussed at the last
thought so.
board meeting, and
And there's no evidence.
the
either.
original, the consultant wanted the applicant to change it to barrel tile, but after looking at the pictures, there were some historic pictures that show it was not clear.
Wasn't clear.
And the board thought that the flat tile could be appropriate for the architectural style. So they I mean, their recommendation, not the recommendation because it's not approved, but the suggestion was that the flat tile was consistent with the style and was appropriate.
Okay. So then, is there consensus that the raising of the roof, so to speak, is okay for this contributing structure?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
The question is it appropriate to increase the size of the windows, not to raise them, but to increase the header?
Well, doesn't one standard say it's like you need to be able to reverse any intervention and bring it back to the way it was, which in lacking of any previous evidence, like let's say somebody wanted to come back and restore this house, you'd have to re-pour that entire tie beam, versus if you left the windows where they are, you would just have to rip off the top tie beam and lower the roof. So, I mean, as far as reversible, keeping the windows where they are is a more reversible condition versus raising the windows.
So you're saying to, yes, like allow them to be stretched, basically?
No, I'm saying it would be
Keep them at their existing
keeping it at the head height that
dimensions
they
and their
are,
existing
because it's
location.
easier to return it back the way it was.
Okay.
However, in the board, we approve a lot of, windows
if any-
increasing and.
Well, I know, I would say in general, we.
Correct. In this particular case, I understand
Every
what you are
window.
saying. However, my observation would be if the roof gets raised and the windows are not raised, is it appropriate or now it starts to not to look good, right, as it should look?
Well,
Now it's out of proportion.
Right.
And now the field to void, relationship gets destroyed.
And that's what I can't tell from the drawings, because to me, this doesn't look like it's drawn to scale. It doesn't look like, to me, I was expecting to see them look stretched, right? Because you're getting an additional however many inches just in one direction, but they look proportionally, to me, to still kind of have that same
The
shape.
drawings on the screen, I'm sorry, are with the windows remaining as they are,
It's like you need to have all.
The proposed north elevation is
Yes.
with no change to the
with
windows?
no changes to the.
Okay, so I guess that's what I would want to see if I'm being asked to approve changed windows. I would want to see what they're going to look like.
And there is one in the file that has the taller windows, and it's
Which,
like,
do you know which,
I think what happens is the applicant originally submitted a proposal for raising the windows. And because that was discussed at the last meeting and was not received favorably, they presented an alternative. And actually, the consultant reviewed the proposal as the alternative, but was maintaining the windows as they are, not raising them. Not the seal, not the height. So keeping the windows the way they are.
so we're being asked to approve the final plans would reflect the raised roof with the windows essentially intact in the same
Yes,
dimensions that they
correct.
historically exist.
Yes.
But that's not what you want, right?
Well, we are in executive session, actually.
We presented that alternative, and we're perfectly willing to accept it. We just requested that the other be allowed.
Okay, my apologies. They are in executive session, so
Sorry.
that's okay. I asked you to come to the mic.
We can ask questions, but we can ask
yeah.
if we need to.
Okay, so this means that the window height is no longer an issue because the windows are going to be exactly as they are. It's only raising the roof. We're being asked to approve.
Correct. So if we are willing to approve the case, then we need to be extremely clear on that direction, right? Yeah. Now, what are the elevations that, I want to see an elevation of the condition where window C1 shall be expanded widthwise to be closer to an existing window size. Which one is that C1? So now the applicant can show us, or staff can show us where that C1 is.
Windows C1, and again, you could correct me if I'm wrong. It is on the proposed addition. This is Windows C1, is that correct?
Yeah, C1, those are the two windows we mentioned. There's actually C1 and C2. They face west, they're behind the wall, they're not on the front, but those are in the conditions, and they are 24-inch wide windows on either side of a bed. We could do that differently if that's deemed to be too narrow. But yeah, those are part of that additional bedroom, the west wall.
Okay, so the C1 is a new window.
Yes, sir. And so is C2. I think the condition really refers to both windows. And we could alter it to a single or have no windows at all, because we have an exit window in the front.
Anthony, can you go back to the proposed elevations north and east? Once again, thank you.
Sure.
So I guess here is adding to our confusion, but we do have a visual. Proposed east elevation is what you are referencing as keeping the sill at that level, which is increasing the overall window size. You see the relationship between the stucco trim and the window versus the north elevation. See the difference in spacing of the north elevation to the east elevation? Mm-hmm. So what we want to find out is, what are you proposing? Is it oversizing the windows or keeping them the same? And that's reflected on east and north.
Yeah, let's keep them. I can tell that the board would prefer that we kept them the same. So let's keep them the same. The elevations, which is reflected on the proposed north elevation.
And so the proposed north elevation shows the raised roof
Yes.
with existing windows. So this is how it would look.
Yes.
Great.
That's true.
So I think it may be helpful in the staff report on page 38 of the case. There's two exhibits. One has the existing and proposed elevation, the initial proposal, and then the second page is the alternative proposal, that is the one that has the window maintained as it is without being raised.
Okay, and I see now in the floor plan that follows those or precedes those pages. That so the window on the left, on the proposed north elevation, that is a bathroom, and that window is existing. The window on the right is a new window for the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
And the window on the right is a little narrower than the window on the left. Or no, or they are the same?
The window on the right was intended to be similar to the bedroom extension on the far left of the elevation. Kind of balances the two sides.
But it's a little bit narrower because the addition's a little bit narrower than the, right, so it's
Yes,
just,
you're
it's
right.
proportionally the same.
4 inches, you're right.
Good, yeah.
And then the proposed east elevation windows are higher, seemingly,
Well,
then-
that might be existing, because even, I guess
Well, he wrote new impact windows and door.
Oh,
That's
well,
why I was asking.
if you go to the existing elevations,
Mhm.
below the
Yep.
existing north elevation, it looks like there's a little bit more forehead than on the existing east elevation of those windows. So either they're at different heights or they're at the same height, and there's a drafting error.
It is a drafting error.
So they would be, because I was kind of eyeballing
Those
it.
in the upper right-hand corner should be lower.
Okay, so both of those proposed east elevation windows will be proportionally the same as what we're seeing on the north elevation, as far as where the windows are located within the wall space and in comparison to the roof line.
Yes.
Great.
Is the family room window adjacent to the new addition also being changed in the opening size by being elevated, or is that to a drafting error? The existing condition depicts it much lower, and now it's not. It's proposed to be higher.
Yeah, the existing windows were lower. We were trying to get a consistent sill level.
Okay.
Okay, so wait a minute then. So the proposed north elevation is not accurate then for what it's gonna look like?
No, it's.
Or it is with the exception of that one particular window?
Yeah, it's as we proposed it, yes. That we were gonna,
But you are gonna raise the sill height on that one particular window?
we were planning on it.
Okay.
Can we move to the accessory structure now? Yes, we are in executive session.
You know, I'm only one vote, but I have problems with the modifications to the primary structure. I'm sorry.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's potentially not reversible. And I think the addition at the proposed of the front facade is completely changes the massing and the footprint and has consequence with the roof shape. The changing of the window on the family room to a consistent size, I think, is detrimental. And I apologize if I was contradictory at the last meeting, but I think that it should probably had been maintained the same barrel tile roof. But that's just me. I'm not supportive of that part of the application, not at all.
Are you proposing to change the pitch of the roof as well? Okay. So it's like a 4 and 12 up to like a 5 or 6?
No, I don't think.
I don't know if that's the number, but they're changing the pitch.
Yeah, it appears, yeah. I mean,
Pitch was to remain the same.
well, I mean, visually they're drawn 2 different pitches, but I will say, I think, I actually don't have an issue with raising the roof, but it does, like, now that I'm looking at it as a whole, it's a different, it becomes a different style of house, which, again, that's, I don't know, I actually like the new proposal, it's just, it is clearly like 2 different houses at this point.
Does everyone have a problem with it if he leaves the windows as they are and the new ones are in the same sort of family, let's say, and the only real change is just, raising the roof? Like if he leaves that family room window as it is?
You mean the one that they want to raise the seal?
Yeah, so basically the windows are are the same as the existing north elevation with the addition of, the one for the addition. and then he raises the roof like we see in the proposed north elevation with the stucco line, the score line.
I mean, I personally don't have a problem to raise the seal.
Yeah.
It's a little weird that they want to do it because now everybody wants more glass, but I don't even know that that window is original because why is lower than the rest?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's already a little incongruous.
Hmm?
It's already, like, the existing one's a little incongruous. I don't think it's,
Regarding the accessory structure, that I am also concerned about it. You know, if we look at the streetscape, it's much taller than the neighbor house. So I think that in some way, something needs to happen there to lower it and to be more comparable with the neighborhood.
Well, there are several two-story structures along that street, and, but we did have a 9-foot ceiling upstairs, so we could reduce it to 8, if that's what you would prefer.
How the rest of the world feel about that, the structure, the accessory structure?
I think you could chop, I mean, I do think we need to check the wall height on the setback. I do think you could probably chop between 6 inches to a foot off of this. I mean, and, I'm trying to think, like, if you had tray ceilings in there, I mean, generally, even on second-story buildings, I'm not a big fan of 8-foot doors because it just seems out of scale. This is a little bit different. You've lowered the floor height, so it's not so bad. If it went down to like door height went down to 7.6, you had tray ceilings with raised cord trusses up there, and if you had a ducted AC system, you might be able to get it in the trusses. I mean, this is a pretty low pitch. You could probably hand frame the roof pretty easily, and still get a tray ceiling and get air conditioning, or if you're okay with a mini split, I think you could probably chop a few inches off of that. But at least I think at the bare minimum, make the wall height at the setback the maximum.
I mean, the drawings still show the doors and windows at 8 feet. So I am pretty sure that the ceiling is higher than that.
All right, do you guys think you have enough information to vote on this, or do you want to continue it to make sure you have enough information?
Correct. I want to
Because
make sure I don't know if somebody wants to do a motion to continue the case, but we need to give the applicant what we think that needs to happen, right? To give them enough information so they can come back once more and try to finish this application. But yes, I agree also, changing the pitch of the roof, that made a huge impact. So, and then if you change the accessory structure to have the same pitch of the main house, that probably makes more sense and will lower the structure a little bit. In addition to lower the ceilings to the minimum that you can do. Anybody wants to make a motion?
I can make a motion. Would a 1-month deferral suit your turnaround time, or would a 2-month deferral be better for you?
I guess 1 month of work, I'm about to go on vacation.
Well, it's difficult for the board to make decisions if they feel like they don't have
Yeah,
information to make decisions on, so.
yeah, I guess 1 month's fine. We'll get it done.
June 24th.
June 24th? Okay. Then I'll make a motion to continue the matter to the June 24th meeting with the direction that the applicant pursue not raising the windows height, not changing the overall pitch of the main house and modify those drawings accordingly, and that effort be made to reduce the overall mass and height of the two-story accessory structure.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can I ask one last question? Are we okay with the raising of the roof to the height shown in the drawings? The main house roof?
I think you had 4 people in support on this dais that are supportive of that.
And add the score line instead of the band.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. We will move on to new business, and the first case is 8.1, 25-14, 827 Armour Road. And we have the applicant presentation, please.
Hello, my name is Jeff Marteski. I'm with Three Gems Architecture, representing the owners of 827 Ardmore Road. We are proposing a two-story addition to the existing one-story home here built in 1925. All the exterior materials and details of the addition are to match the existing architectural language of the 1925 home. The new window sizes, mutton configurations, operability, color, and materials are to match the existing home. Also, the new parapet detailing, decorative ceramic scuppers, and fabric and metal awnings will also be utilized to match the existing home. This is our streetscape for context. There are several two-story homes on this block, including on the other side of the street. Including the vacant lot here, was under construction as a larger two-story home. The proposed addition here is set far back from the existing front facade, which minimizes the impact on the streetscape. These are photos of the surrounding homes and the subject property. And this is subject property from the front and the rear. We're proposing to remove this rundown trellis and this small mudroom area, which were not original to the originally 1925 home. This is our survey. This is our this is the existing demolition site plan. Shows removal of the trellis, the small mudroom, and the hardscaping and a few trees to accommodate the new addition. This is our proposed site plan. We meet all the zoning requirements, and this is the line of the new addition, which is set back an additional 25 feet from the existing facade. The existing pool and landscaping are to remain at the rear of the property. This is our existing demolition floor plan. The area under the two-story addition here is to also be renovated. It's a very small 5'2" by 6'9" bathroom to be extended. We'll replace the cabinetry and expand. And this is the trellis and the mudroom to be removed. These are our proposed floor plans. The addition will extend approximately 12 feet over the existing home, and the areas to be removed below, giving a more integrated overall composition once complete. The bedrooms in the existing home are extremely small, and we're proposing a new master bedroom with a balcony overlooking the pool, a new bathroom, and a new guest bedroom / nursery. And on the ground floor will be a Florida room, new bathroom, and a stair hall. These are existing and proposed elevations. Here we go. This is a two-story setback from the existing facade is here. The windows on the front elevation match the existing size and mutton patterns on the existing home. The awning and at the front door is matched here at the rear entry, stair entry. These are the side and rear elevations. And our window and door schedule showing existing and new windows proposed. We had a few staff comments. They went ahead and modified, and these next few drawings are showing that. The proposal was to add 2 windows in the master bedroom and the Florida room, which were shown here, and a railing at these double doors here, which will swing in. Here you see the added railing, and these are the added windows on the side facade. We went ahead and tried to clarify the window schedule, showing what these are existing and what's to be removed, and everything else is new. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Presentation by staff.
Ana Maria Ponte, Assistant Development Services Director. I just want to show you the exact location of the property. It's within the Flamingo Park Historic District, and the site includes a contributing one-story single-family home, as it was mentioned, built in 1925 in a mission revival style. The pictures were already shown. The structure originally had a garage, but was as it was shown on the green card, but that garage has been long removed. This is a designated map, so you can see that the structure is surrounded by most of the streets of the properties on the structures on that street are all contributing, and they mission revival and minimal traditional or vernacular in style. The applicant already explained what they're doing. They're also requesting the ad valorem pre-construction as part of this application. Staff has reviewed the proposed addition and finds that the proposal generally complies with the Secretary of Interior standards. We believe the addition is located on the rear and very appropriate for the size of the structure. It's substantially set back from the main facade, and their proportion as the mass and the scale of the addition is appropriate for the size of the original structure. The proposed elevations are also very well done, and the proportion of the windows and the scale of the windows and the rhythm is consistent with the existing structure. We're just recommending the addition of some windows on the I think this is the west side. Yes, the west elevation. And the applicant shows that he's adding that. We have not reviewed those plans, so we would like to keep the condition as part of the approval. The proposal complies with all the zoning and land development regulation requirements in terms of setback and scale and lot coverage and FAR. The wall is set back 9 inches above the minimum 5 feet requirement. Therefore, the wall height at the setback is allowed to be the 20 feet 9 inches. So they comply with that. The staff recommends approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition does meet the required Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria of the zoning and land development regulations. And staff recommends several conditions of approval. The most important I mentioned as a condition, there's one that I didn't show. It's adding a score line to differentiate the location of the addition versus the existing structure. Considering that in this case, we cannot recommend the addition to be set back or offset from the main wall because of the second floor location. So we are recommending just to add a score line to differentiate it. There are other conditions regarding the doors and the window schedule to be added and other minor elements, but in general, staff is pretty satisfied with the application. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions to staff or to the applicant?
Why does staff not recommend pushing the differentiating the two-story addition by stepping it back some?
Because the location of the addition is right on top of the wall of the existing building. So if we
it's a
recommend,
structural issue.
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
I'm going to piggyback off that comment. To Jeff, thank you. Did you explore moving the whole thing 12 feet further so you don't muck up any of the 1925 structure by putting a second floor addition on top? It's so close.
Yes, we did, but it started to look like just a cube next to a smaller one-story. It didn't seem integrated with the design, so.
And you're confident that you can go in and when you're doing those modifications to the ground floor, you can give the structural stability in that kitchen area to support the new second floor?
Yes, we'll add columns where they're required at an interior wall and not disturb the rest of the interior of the home.
Is this a clay block house or wood frame?
Wood frame.
Okay. I mean, my experience has been like to do this to build on top of, even if it's wood frame, which gives you a little bit more flexibility. You're going to have to basically completely redo everything that's below it anyways. So structurally, you'd be able to bring point loads down through where the kitchen and bath are, wherever you needed them to be. Like, I don't think you're going to be relying on the existing exterior wall. Like, you're going to be rebuilding that whole thing anyways with new footings. So I think that should be explored. I think pushing it like 6 inches up in this drawing should be explored, because I think you're going to have to redo everything below it structurally anyways. I guarantee you, like, if this hasn't been touched for a while, like, this could be the foot. Have you done any exploratory demo?
No, not yet.
Yeah, so the footings of this could just be like cinder blocks poured on, like, a pile of mortar, which is some of these are. And so to meet new building code, you're going to have to basically rebuild most of these walls where it sits anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And so even from like a standpoint of whether or not it's differentiated or not, you're probably going to have to rebuild a lot of below the second story anyways. So I say that to say you might free up your options for how you differentiate. And so my opinion is the first condition could be more vague, but I think you could be more open to, all right, well, we're going to have to drop some posts down, some point loads. Maybe I'm not going to have to rely on the existing wall because it's a lot of work.
Yeah. And we'll explore that when we get the structural engineer involved, obviously, but point taken.
Yeah, that's why I asked. It was almost an easy move, but beautiful drawings and a kind of perfect addition.
Thank you.
I agree. I think the design, I mean, apart from the practicalities and meeting the standards, I think this, on the whole, is a good proposal. It's sympathetic.
Any more questions? Anybody in the public that would like to speak on this case? Seeing none, we move to executive session.
My only comment is the recommendation for a glass railing, I don't feel like is appropriate. I think the iron is the,
Yeah, I did have a question about, that's the second condition?
yeah, it's a
Trying to
glass
figure out where
railing on
that
this.
is.
The applicant actually, can I make a comment?
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The applicant show already on their revisions how he plans to address that, and I think is what you are looking for. It's, where is it? It's just an iron railing next to the window, so it's no glass.
So it's like a Juliet balcony,
Yes,
just happens to be over a flat roof.
yes. It needs means of egress, that's why you're doing it, right?
Yeah, the primary reason those are doors is because the smaller windows don't meet egress, so those will just open in, and we'll have the railing there.
But you want us to keep the condition because you haven't vetted it.
Yeah. You can remove the glass railing if you want.
So what we need to be clear is that the presentation from the applicant includes all the conditions, so we need to approve, if we approve, the submitted, not the presented, right? So the submitted application with all the conditions. Now, regarding the recommendation of pushing back the addition by 6 inches, I asked that question also when I met with staff the other day, and structurally, I think that is going to be a challenge, but if we want to add the condition with a caveat that if it's really a structural challenge, we may be okay with this.
I just suggest the condition be more vague and let the applicant decide.
Okay.
I actually see freedom in there for his option to differentiate.
Well, the problem with making conditions vague as the attorney is, and this has happened before, if you make them too vague, then he's going to end up back here because he's going to get into a disagreement with staff, and then staff doesn't have the proper direction from you, from the board, so they have to come back. So you've got to give some sort of structure to the conditions.
Well, I think he could work with staff to, I feel like staff could advise on what's an appropriate differentiation.
As long as staff feels that's appropriate, that's fine, and you're giving them some guidance.
I mean, I guess we could say either or, but
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like staff could, this is a pretty normal condition of differentiation.
Well, we usually try to differentiate it that way, but there are a lot of instances where we approve a reveal or something because it's really very difficult to achieve,
Mhm.
right? But if you all feel, we can leave it up to staff if that is achievable.
Or maybe ask the
Feel
question
strong
if they're
about
even
it?
interested in
Feel strong
pursuing
enough
that.
to impose it?
Well,
Yeah, I think we could allow staff to handle that, yeah.
but here's the thing, if he's not interested in doing that, like if we're not gonna make it a condition, unless he's interested in doing it, we should just approve the plans as is and not leave
Okay,
it
that's,
vague.
that's fair. I mean, could we, do we have a preference for how you'd like to handle it? Would you prefer a score line?
Okay. So.
Yes, I would prefer a score line, so I don't have to deal with the
That's what the plan,
6-inch.
okay.
I'm showing the score line already.
There is another way that probably can be differentiated in addition to the score line, and is to change the texture of the stucco.
That's a great one, actually.
So are you open to change the texture and to do a different texture on the stucco?
Yes,
than
open
the-
to it, but for the entire edition, change the
No,
texture?
yeah, for the entire edition, something that looks different than the existing home.
Open to that, yes.
Can you can we pull a photo of the existing house, just if we're talking about stucco texture?
Pardon.
Maybe kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it's like kind of in between. You can go smoother or more rough.
I will say the area of delineation won't be seen because it's 6 feet from a tall fence.
Right.
I would go with a smooth
Or
texture
more,
stucco.
I would say, I wouldn't say smooth, but smoother.
Yeah.
Doesn't, that would look good.
No more questions. Somebody wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. And the, I'm sorry, let me get my bearings. Was this for ad valorem too?
Reconstruction, yes.
Additions and alterations.
2514. Okay. I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2514 for additions and alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in 9449 of the city's ZLDRs. The motion is based on testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff memo, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of the request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the HP ordinance, the HP element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, Secretariat of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10. The conditions include the following: that the applicant comport with the presentation at the May 28th, 2025 meeting, and that all conditions 1 through 8 as immortalized in the staff report are adhered to, and condition 9 be introduced, new condition, that the applicant incorporate a score line and a contrasting smooth stucco texture to distinguish the new construction from the existing structure.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion carries. Congratulations, the project is approved. Now we move to the next case, 8.3, case 25-31605 Avon Road. Or Avon Road.
Good evening, everyone. My name's John Niles. I'm here to present case 2531 with regards to 605 Avon Road. It was originally presented last year on July 23rd under case 2451. It's for a single-story addition to the main home on the east side of the property, and an addition of a carport 238 feet on the west side of the property. This was heard last July, as I mentioned, and approved under certificate number 1612024. However, I was recently notified of an oversight that was made by Development Services, in which case, while the zoning considerations were discussed with the planner at the time, the variance requirement was not connected to the COA or the permit issued. This is simply asking the staff, or I was asked by the staff to go before the board again to bring the development into compliance with the state statutes. So this is simply a request to approve the variance that should have been associated with the original COA. I don't know if you'd like to hear more of the presentation or if that's enough at the time.
Maybe the site plan?
Yeah. I think it's in here.
And what the variance request is, just to refresh our memories?
It's west side of the building.
The
Existing.
variance request was not heard in the last. It was discovered after it was approved, so.
Yeah.
We approved an addition that requires a variance, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could, got it. Existing proposed. Yeah, the main building has just over 1 foot or 0.02 inches on the east side of the property. And we just wanted to extend straight back off of that.
Thank you. Can we have the staff presentation, please?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Ann Volsey, planner for the record. So first, I'd like to thank John for his patience while we figure this out. So as he mentioned, it is an oversight, or was an oversight, and it was presented as just a COA when it should have been a two-part request for the COA and the variances. The application at the time mentioned the encroachment within the description, but we did not have all of the information in staff, and staff essentially did not present that aspect of the presentation or of the request to the board. So the request is for two variances. So one would be for the side setback along the east property. The minimum requirement is 5 feet. 1.02 feet is being provided. The variance request is 3.98 feet for the minimum setback for the principal structure, which is the addition that continues the existing building setback line along that east side property line, as well as the side setback along the west side of the property for the accessory structure, which is the carport that is right above the driveway. So the minimum requirement is 5 feet. The applicant have provided 1 foot, therefore the variance request would be 4 feet. And here I have illustrated in red that area that essentially would have to have been set back the 5 feet on either side. And since this complies with the variance standards found in section 94-38D6 of the ZLDRs, staff is recommending approval with the condition that the variances shall only apply to the proposed addition and carport. And here are the applicable variance standards. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the applicant or to staff? So the original project, so the existing house was already in violation to the setbacks, right? So
It predates the ZLDRs.
correct.
So
Okay, so my understanding is when we were presented with this project, we were not told of the issues, and we approve it, and the applicant is ready to move forward, and now the department made a comment, so that is what happened.
I have a question for you, and I don't want to put you on the spot.
I'm there.
Had this been applied for in the correct manner with the variance and the COA request, would staff be recommending support of these variances?
Yes, due to the hardships.
Both of the variances?
So for the addition,
The addition's okay.
okay, for the carport, so the hardship would be that it would, basically complying with the zoning and land development regulations would impose a hardship on them, which would mean that another property, if they were able to meet the setback, would have that carport that they are not able to have. So no carport, no garage, based on where the driveway is located.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the hardship.
And the carport is considered an accessory structure, even though it's like tenuously attached to the corner?
So with the, let's see. So we have it would be either the accessory structure or, depending on how it is attached, it could be considered a part of the main structure as well. But the variance request would remain.
And is there a maximum amount of accessory structures on a site? Because if that's considered an accessory structure, and the existing one is there as well.
So it's it's 75% of the existing square footage of the structure, or 1,000.
And that could be taken up by one or multiple accessory structures?
Correct, and the
Okay.
carport counts as 50% due to the fact that it is
Okay, based on
open.
the zone, okay.
Mhm.
Did the applicant do an outreach to the abutting properties?
I believe the applicant spoke to the property owner on both sides. It is owned by the same person.
And we don't have a letter of support in our
No,
backup?
No.
Or opposition, I should say.
no,
on the
no
record.
opposition.
Okay.
There anybody in the public that wish to speak on this case? Seeing none, we move to executive session. I mean, my opinion is that, it needs to be approved because, the evidence shows that it should have been, approved with the original case, but it was an oversight, so
And this was approved
is
in
my
a
opinion.
hearing? This was approved in a hearing?
yeah.
By prior
By prior staff.
historic
Right, but
preservation director.
But it came in front of the board, yeah.
Yes.
It came before the board. We didn't know about the variances that were needed because nobody really realized it. And the case was approved and they are ready for construction now.
1 foot is awfully close to the property line. Okay. We don't like oopses. I'm willing to, I'm ready to make a motion unless we want to further deliberate this.
Go.
There is a condition also.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant HPB case number 2531, a request by John Niles for variances from section 9481B2 and 94304B2 of the city's zoning and land development regulations for the construction of an addition and a carport. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 9438D6 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations have been met. In addition, the granting of the variance is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. Number 1, that the variances shall apply only to the proposed addition and carport.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Case approved. Now we move to the next case, 8.5, case 25-32, 3609 Washington Road.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Carpio, a project manager with Smith Kellogg Architecture. I'm presenting on behalf of the owner of Washington Road. a contributing historic structure in the Southland Park Historic District, which has been substantially altered over time. Tonight, we're presenting additions and alterations to the existing contributing structure. The original historic house was built circa 1940. The house or garage apartment, as it is listed in the green card, was 2 stories with a garage and living space on the first floor and living space only on the second floor. Permits show alterations to the structure in 2002, 2006, and 2012. The subject property is located in the Southland Park neighborhood and fronts Washington Road. Surrounding the structure is a mix of 1- and 2-story single-family and multi-family residences. Large apartment complexes are nearby at 3701 South Flagler. Pictured here is the subject property. The existing contributing residence is a 1-story frame vernacular house built in 1940s. Substantial changes have been made over time, altering the character of the original historic structure. Almost all of what you can see in these images are from later additions to the property. The south facade, again at the bottom left, you can see the original frame vernacular structure with the gable. The rear facade at the top left, you can see a portion of the original historic structure. And photos of the side north facade, including shed, we will be removing. This site plan shows the existing structure on the subject property. The original 1940 structure sits at the back of the property along the southwest property line. The green card reads that this was originally a garage apartment. We are proposing altering the later additions to bring them more in line with the original style of the house and to construct a new 1-story addition which works with the unique placement of the existing structure. The addition is also turned parallel to the length of the property to provide usable yard space on the narrow lot and to allow for the envelope of the historic structure to remain clearly legible. The interior of the structure has been significantly altered by previous owners. The materials removal plan showing the removal of a portion of the oversized balcony and interior components. The proposed floor plan showing the contributing structure and proposed addition situated in such a way that the addition could easily be removed in the future. This is the proposed second floor plan. The existing proposed street front elevation. We're taking our design cues from the original historic structure. The fenestration at the later additions will be altered to be more in keeping with the openings at the original structure. The existing carport will be turned into a garage, as was the original use of the structure. A small addition is positioned and scaled as to not alter the existing massing of the site. The original structure at the left will be restored. The proposed additions reference the character-defining features of the contributing structure while also differentiating the addition from the original house. The rear elevation where the original structure is most visible, 6/6 single-hung aluminum impact windows are proposed in reference to the fenestration at the original structure. This is the north elevation. A portion of the balcony will be eliminated to give the space below a higher ceiling height. Right now, the ceiling height is under 8 feet. Building section. And then this is a rendered view of the east street facade. This is a rendered view of the west facade, and then an aerial view of the property. We're also proposing shutters to be a pale green, although it's not shown in the renders yet. And then we have some conditions and I would like to address those. 1, windows are white as noted in the window and door schedule. 2, we have agreed. 3, the original windows have previously been replaced by a subsequent owner. 4, 5, and 6 we have agreed. 7 we have also agreed, and we'll provide a diagram. 8, 9, and 10 we have provided notes in the window and door schedule. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Presentation by staff now.
Hello, Ann Volsey again for the record, planner. So just going over a few things. So the existing structure is a contributing structure in the Prospect/Southland Park Historic District, sits on a 0.17 acre lot, and the zoning district is SF14C3, which is single family high density. Surrounding uses are residential. The request is for an ad valorem pre-construction for addition alteration for a one-story addition of 584 square feet to an existing 2,825 square foot. So these are the site photos right here. Just going to visualize the east elevation again so you can see it. South elevation. And it shows the existing at the top and the proposed at the bottom. North elevations. Again, existing at the top and proposed at the bottom. And the proposed demo plans, which Elizabeth went over slightly. And this request does comply with all of the ZLDRs, and they are asking for they are taking advantage of the 3% max lot coverage additional, and they're not exceeding it. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, since we find that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, as well as the additional criterias. Elizabeth went over the conditions already, and pretty much conditions number 8 through 10 are standard, so I just crossed them out because they have already provided notes on their window and door schedule, which was brought up to my attention. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to staff or applicant?
And I have a question. Has there been an arborist report submitted?
Yes, I actually have that as one of my slides. Okay, so
It's gone.
yes, so they had the tree alteration permit. They applied since December. It was approved in March. They have paid $19,963 in tree mitigation to the city, which is $500 per 300 square foot of the removed tree canopy. And the reports were provided to our city landscape person or landscape planner. And that included the GC and the arborist reports. And these were from the inspection. And I did ask about the canopy and the root system and how far it spans out. So essentially, if you see from the aerial view, the canopy was pretty much encroaching onto the neighbors' properties as well. So that only tells you that the root system also was, spanning out. And part of their report included damage to their foundation and concrete and pavers, etc. So I had that conversation with our city landscape planner before, so. Well, they did apply before, so the process is to get the tree alteration permit, so, you know, and we looked into it and it was granted, so. And they have done their due diligence between the records request, making sure the tree was not historic, and going through the proper process of getting it removed. Yes, with a tree alteration permit. Mhm. No, gotcha, no. It's in mitigation. Yeah. Mhm. I did put it in the back of the slide just because it's not necessarily part of the request, but I knew that it may come up, so. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Mhm.
I like the plan. I like it. I think it's a good plan. I'm sad about the tree, though.
Any other questions to staff or the applicant?
What was the special exemption you're going for the lot coverage?
The 3%.
Yeah.
Because it is a first story, it's a one-story addition.
Oh, so that it complies if it's a one-story addition?
I'm sorry?
The addition is one story and that they
Yes.
get that bonus? Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe you want to explain what the exemption is?
To the,
To the board, what it is?
oh. So basically, when applicants come in, you know, they have the option to go, you know, with the first story or a second story. I believe the intent was mostly because the first story is deemed less of a, like, less imposing. So when they choose to go that route is just more of a way for us to, you know, kind of like assist them in meeting certain, and encourage that one story. Correct, to do the one story.
So one-story additions are given an incentive through an increase in the lot coverage?
Yes.
Well,
correct.
okay, just like detached accessory structures. Okay. Okay.
There are also some other incentives for green building and stuff like that.
Right. Well, I was just curious if that was what which one they were going for. Yeah.
Mhm.
But you'll see that a lot, which is why I wanted to.
And this one does not have to be vetted through us, this exemption, like others have been.
I'm sorry?
An FAR bonus, I think we had to opine on.
No.
As part of the.
Yeah, you're correct. There are certain exemptions that can be granted by staff, like the one-story addition. The ones that have to be approved by the board are
You indicate that.
the special exceptions.
Okay, I just want,
Lot coverage and FAR.
I thought so, yeah.
The
an FAR.
5, right, the special ones.
Any questions about the project? I mean, it looks nice. Yeah. Anyone in the public that would like to speak on this case? Seeing none, we move to executive session. Yeah, that was my first question the other day about the tree.
No, that's a sin.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I agree with Peggy, it's a nice plan, it's cute.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to make a motion, and we want to discuss it, or no?
When you reference the conditions, if somebody makes a motion, I would reference them as amended, because you guys have changed the conditions now under your recommendation.
We struck out the last three because they were standard comments, and the applicant has provided evidence that they do comply with them.
So.
And staff already review it, right? And you
Yes.
already review
Yes.
it.
So essentially, it's just conditions 1 through 7 that you're asking them to comply with, is that correct?
Correct, and they've agreed and noted a few of them.
Gotcha, thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can make a motion, kind of, on behalf of the Lorax. I'm going to approve, I make a motion to approve Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2532 for alterations, additions, and ad valorem tax exemption. Is that correct? Yes? Thanks. In accordance with standards 9 and 10, as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations, the motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the HP ordinance, the HP element of the comp plan of the city of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, standards 9 and 10. Specifically, the following conditions include conditions 1 through 7 as amended and immortalized in the staff report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Motion carries, project approved. Thank you. Now we move to the next case, 25-22, 3140 Washington Road.
All set. Michael Perry for the record, MP Design and Architecture, representing Mr. Mark Fisher at 3140 Washington Road. This is a project that's in the Prospect Southland Park District. As you all know, it's been it's under construction, and we're here to present some modifications to the original approval and ask for an addition to that project as well. So I'm going to go to the original site plan. So this was the original site plan of the house when he purchased it. Pictures of, I'm sure you've all been past it and see it, been ongoing for a while. These are the original photographs from when it was originally built. There was several modifications done over time. This is our original approved site plan, which, as you all are aware, we picked up the house and rotated it, moved it forward towards the street, and it's currently in its position along with the garage on the north side. Raised it up to the FEMA level and then set it back down on a new foundation. In that original site plan, we had a detached garage in the southwest corner of the property, which we are no longer asking for. That has now been eliminated. In that original proposal, we also had a attached pool cabana, which was off here to the northeast corner of the property. So in our new proposal, what we're asking for is, again, that garage that was detached is eliminated and gone, and we have taken basically a smaller pool cabana now to meet the detached accessory structure of under 1,000 square feet. It basically has the same configuration in the sense of the pool bath and mechanical area and bar, and then an open covered flat roof that aligns with the rear and addition of the property. So it's back in this corner here. We're also asking currently for a new addition on the second floor. Let me go back, here we go. This is that was the original second floor. This was the previously approved second floor. And what we're asking for is an addition on the south side of an office off of the master wing with a terrace to the east. That terrace was previously large on this side, as you can see. And so we're adding this portion here, continuing the finishes and structure of the original approval. Originally, we had travertine. We're using a shell stone, similar product, and limestone. So that's very similar to what we had approved, but that's the addition of the office, and then the terrace facing west. That addition is 160 feet back from the road. There's the original roof plan. There's our previously approved roof plan, and the new roof plan with the addition here. So you're looking at the side elevations. There was some fenestration changes on the side, on the south side, that were discussed about some transoms. On the north side here with some transoms. This was the previously approved, and we were asking for the transoms to be added to these 4 openings, which would align with the original approval of the openings beyond that were on the north elevation. But in the south elevation, sorry, I'm looking for the addition, sorry. There it is, right here. That's the new addition on the south elevation. This is the previously approved addition. And then the second floor addition is right here. In the front of the house, this was the previously approved. And there's the addition, again, set back from the original addition that was approved. And that pretty much concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
If you're not.
Yeah, okay, I apologize. Sorry, I forgot to comment on the staff comments. I apologize. So the comments that we received were as follows. The new additions of the travertine exterior finish. We had a travertine that was approved, and there's a shell stone that I have a picture of that's been submitted, so it's still going to be stone on that upper addition across the house, so that is one of the comments. The new addition will have the barrel tile roof, same barrel tile roof that's already been installed on the house. The windows and doors are exactly the same as to what was submitted and originally approved. And the question we have was the existing planter. I didn't understand that, so I think I'll have Anthony explain that to you all, what he meant about that planter extending on the south elevation. And then the proposed transoms, I think that's one thing that we would like you all to weigh in on, because those transoms align with, on the north elevation, align with everything else. I'm scrolling down to them, sorry. They were not originally approved, but we've added them. So in this north elevation, these 4 openings did not have transoms on top of them in the original approval. And in the new elevation, we've added those transoms, which again align with all of the originally approved top of openings. And so we just added those transoms. So I thought that that was more in line with that. So that is one of the other comments. And then the existing garage seen at the west elevation shall not be lowered. It's already there. It's at 8 feet. It was not lowered. It was actually, the original was at 6.5 and it's at 8 feet. So that wasn't, I don't know why that was thought of, that it was lowered, but it's not. It's already there and set back down because it had to be set back based on the original elevation of what the garage was as compared to the main house. So when we picked up the house, we actually picked it up. We picked up the garage separately, moved it away, which I think you all saw the video on like in September of '24. We rotated the house, set it back down, and then the garage was set back down. So they're in the same position that they were as a relationship from floor to floor.
So can you recap which conditions you would like the board to revisit or don't apply? It seems like 6 isn't
Two
applicable.
we've agreed to, that's barrel tile. 3 we've agreed to, that's the same windows. 4, I'm not understanding what Anthony was referring to, so maybe he can explain that. 5, the board would comment on those transoms, which I just talked about on the north side. 1, it's a stone finish on the second floor, which will be the same. We had originally presented travertine, and we have a shell stone. And the garage doesn't really apply because it's actually in the same position that it was when the house was original. It's been set back down to that exact same height that it was originally. There may have been a numbers error on the plan or something, but it's already set back down to the same height that it was originally.
So the number 1,
Number 1,
here says that what was approved was travertine. So are you proposing to use the same travertine, or you are changing the material for this addition? Which
No.
I am not saying that is wrong, right and wrong. I just want to understand.
right, no, the original upper was approved as travertine originally. We would like that to be into the coral stone that we have here.
Okay.
So then everywhere would be the coral stone, the limestone.
But say that again, what about the travertine and the
The
coral stone?
original approval had travertine on it.
Right,
We want to switch that stone approval. We're showing it all in coral stone now.
and does staff agree with that?
I think that there's a definition.
No,
that we
they
have to talk about.
didn't agree, but.
Okay.
So, but it's just for the addition.
Correct. Well, yeah, but the whole addition to the house that had
Entire
stone.
house,
Pardon me?
the entire project.
The
to-
entire addition where we showed the stone was originally called out as travertine. We would like that to be the coral stone instead.
Okay.
We've looked into products, and we have a coral stone that we think is a better quality product and is fitting with the project, so I have a picture of that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking for the record for HPB Case 2522. This is an addition alteration as a proposed amendment for 3140 Washington Road. Subject property is a contributing structure constructed circa 1940 in the Mediterranean Revival style. There was a previous HPB case from July 2022, that's HPB 2249, and a previously approved building permit number 2402-1435. Proposals from this COA, it was the ad valorem pre-construction of HPB case 2249. This is extracted verbatim from the staff report. Demolitions of portions of rear of the primary structure, elevations of structure approximately 3 feet, partial rotation to square off from the property lines, construction of additions of totaling approximately 6,700 square feet, construction of a 2-car garage and site work including pool, hardscapes, and driveway. We did want to go back to that HPB meeting and look at the specific cladding materials that were approved and the specific window profiles that were approved. So we have, these were specifically called out in that HPB meeting along with aluminum impact rated fixed windows with low E coating. HPB 2249 was approved with the following condition: that the applicant work with staff to study the preservation of the existing portion of the rear of the property. We have extracted the approved south elevation that demonstrates the terracotta and the travertine materials that were part of that drawing that were approved, and is there on the south elevation where you would find the 450 square foot addition along with the approved window schedule of a partial floor plan. The proposed amendment includes the following: the 450 square foot addition on the second floor of the south wing, changing the column finish from Peruvian teak to solid cypress on the east elevation, replacement of a large fixed window on the north elevation with two smaller ones, transoms on top of previously approved windows and doors on the first floor, and new garage doors on a previously approved south elevation. So here is where you would see these proposals for this amendment in the south elevation. The key takeaway for staff's presentation is that these amendments are more or less something that can be reviewed upon at the staff level once a COA is approved, with the exception of that first proposal of the 450 square foot addition. So it's because of that primarily that renders this proposal to come back before the board. We have included our zoning and land development regulations for this historic context, single-family, high-density residential, 14 context 5. This addition would comply with those standards. We are recommending approval with conditions for HPB case 2522 for the proposed additions and alterations, as it meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria for new construction and alteration. So aspects of this proposal, the best path forward, what staff found was to be as consistent as possible from what was previously approved. So we wanted to go for the travertine exterior finishes, that was approved, the true barrel tile, that was approved. The addition of the aluminum impact grid fixed windows as part of their addition, that was fine too. We'd go into graphics for the existing planter that they have in their proposal to see how that would go into standard number 9 for the Secretary of Interior standards for differentiating the new and old. So to see this planter extended, not just at the south elevation, but to also be visible at the west elevation is the key graphic that we wanted to propose for staff's condition. As for the transoms, we did not have that justification at the time as to why this was a part of their amendment. This is something that staff could work with the applicant at the staff level, not necessarily at the board level. Having said that, we don't really quite understand the justification for the proposed transoms, even though this is something that is in line with the height of the proposed horizontal rollers on the north elevation. And the condition that was imposed for the existing garage, we did notice that it was slightly lowered. It may have been a graphical error, and that does slightly alter the appearance when you are looking at this proposal from the west elevation. Here we have the applicable codes for our analysis, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions to applicant or to the staff?
Anthony, do you have a professional opinion on the proposed new addition? Do you feel that it begins to overwhelm the front facade?
I think the best record would show is the west elevation, because that is the side that is the historic part of this particular house.
No, I'm more concerned with the front elevation. My question. Because the original one, it was just one large terrace so that it kind of streamlined and read the primary facade untouched more. So if you go to the primary elevation, I want to get comfort from you that you're, no, the front, nope.
West elevation, so
There.
it's this slide. As proposed, it does look a bit daunting, but with the condition opposed of that planter to help screen that addition, it could be a better alternative if the applicant were to propose this addition.
Yeah, and it's an elevation drawing, so it is in reality well set back. But I do believe it just is cause for discussion. Thank you.
In the previous approved west elevation, I'm looking, I guess it shows up here on the screen as well. So the travertine cladding was in coarse stone, and now it's in basically big panels, which now you're proposing those large hung panels to be in coral stone. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was travertine originally, and it's going to be, we were proposing it to be in coral in lieu of the travertine.
And you've changed it from regular course, like regular running bond coursing, to this larger format.
Correct, but we would be fine with going back to the bigger bond coursing.
And then for the new addition you're proposing is a different kind of coursing.
It's a smaller coursing, but I do see, I think your point is that that coursing should match. That's on the facing west. This coursing that is here, shown here, should match that coursing.
Oh, so you would rather have just the regular running bond there? And
Yeah,
not-
I think
not
that's the
sort of
point.
like, I don't know.
And I agree with Anthony's comment about the planter. If that planter came across, it does delineate the addition behind it. And it is quite far back.
And Anthony, for addition of this size, I know this is already previously approved, they only required one three-dimensional elevation or one rendered elevation? Or is
Based
there
off
more?
of my knowledge of COA requirements, a rendered elevation was not required so long as you have your remaining elevation drawings set. It is a little bit, I would say, confusing to look at what is proposed in terms of the materiality. That was one thing that I did want to flesh out and make sure that that was a little bit more clear with our applicant. But from my understanding, rendered elevations were not a requirement for this COA application.
For only this one, there was rendered elevations all the way around previously.
For the previous application?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, Anthony's right. We could have put that in there.
And then, Michael, there was an incident that occurred, I think, during permitting with staff about the loss of a condition of approval that was brought to our attention for an update. The retention of the terrace on the second floor, waterfront facing, correct?
So what happened of that is that in September 2024, we were here in front of you and gave you an update on the whole project. There was some confusion. We went back and met with Robert Brown and staff and Benjamin Salato at the time. And in October 2024, he presented to you that everything was brought back in. That was a condition that was asked. We did bring back the balcony in a way. It wasn't brought back exactly, and that was a condition that I think if you go back to the October 2024 meeting, he gave you an update on that and said we met the condition. We had it approved through staff with Ann Hamilton. And that actually balcony, if I can go back to my presentation.
Sure. Yep. And so that was brought here just as an update through the then chair's request.
So there it is, James. We actually brought that back. This was the original, there was a similar original terrace there that we actually have brought back because when the demo was done and we showed that had gone away, and that's actually been brought back. The intent was to be similar to what it was. It wasn't requested to be exactly, if you recall, and we brought it back, and then Benjamin gave you a presentation on October 2024. There it is. There's the roof of it right there. And I'll show you the rear elevation. So it's here, right here. That portion and those columns right there are the intended original ports that you guys asked us to bring back, which is now there. It's actually constructed and roofed right now on the site. Do you want to see a photograph of the coral stone material?
You don't need to sit, show it to the, yeah. The record reflect, the historic board is looking at photos of coral stone.
And the reason the coral stone versus the travertine is we found that the travertine had more opportunity for holes in it, and it didn't need, and that would need to be filled more often. I'm sure you're aware of that. The coral stone does not. So we thought that the coral stone was more keeping with the historic nature of the house as well.
And that's, I mean, it's like a grayish, is that supposed to be a color?
No, it's a beigey.
Okay,
It's a typical coral stone
Yeah,
color.
okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
Probably the travertine is a soft
Yeah.
stone, which for this environment probably was not very suitable.
Yeah, like we said, I think we went back more to the historic of the Mediterranean revival would have been the coral stone.
Any other questions? Anyone in the public that wish to speak in this case? Seeing none, we move to executive session.
I think the coral stone's an improvement, at the very least.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those applications where you look back and you kind of like, oh, did we? That said, we did, and I think the gist of the application for the addition on the second floor does not further detract from what has already been detracted. No, I think the addition is completely sensitive and compatible, and the proposed changes are fine. The coral stone, in my opinion, is a good substitute. I think the transom windows on that lower level make sense. You're only going with 2-car garage. That seems silly. But
To be honest with you, when we looked
Sir,
at,
we
oh,
are in
you're in
executive
executive
session,
session,
yeah.
sorry.
I don't know if the addition can be lowered a little bit. We can ask the question if we all agree to that. It's gonna lose the transom on that window, but at least to make it less conspicuous in the main elevation, even though it's farther back.
Yep. The flat roof, would that be radically out of character?
Probably. So I don't have a problem with the new material, so condition number 1 should be voided. Number 2 is okay. Number 3 is okay. Number 4, I don't have a problem with that. Number 5, I think that the transoms are not an issue, like you said, so it should be voided. And the number 6, if it's a graphical error, there is no harm on adding that. But I don't know what you all think about the addition. It should be lower or not.
And there's no, the only graphics we have of the addition are of just two-dimensional.
Today, yes, right?
I mean, if everything, honestly, I think it's probably okay. I think if everything was running bond like you showed previously, because I'm looking at the old rendering, and you can't really see the cladding, but I can see how the new addition you'll see more, and I just feel like having consistent cladding on all the additions would be good. And if we had a preference, or if I had a preference, to be to see running bond coral stone, I mean, I think that would probably mitigate a little bit of any visible appearance you see. It's that kind of scale of that material.
I mean, I agree.
You agree with?
I agree with the coral. I think the transoms are fine. I mean, I think the addition is fine. It's
okay. So, somebody wants to make a motion?
I can make a motion. So I'm gonna have to read in the modified conditions for this one. Would this be the moving for new construction, Anthony, the motion?
Motion
for
should
an
be
addition?
for addition alteration.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2522 for additions, alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10, as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the HP ordinance, the HP element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10. The following the conditions include the following. Condition 1 is the travertine. We're going to strike that, and it'll be approved as proposed. So condition 1 will be the roof of the new addition shall be true barrel tile of variegated terracotta, as was approved in HPB 2249 and 24021435 res build. Condition 3, which is now condition 2, the windows of the new addition shall be aluminum impact rated fixed windows as approved in as was approved in HPB 2249 and 24021435 res build, So the new windows will match the other windows previously approved, right? So that's what that's getting at? Okay, great. Condition 4, which is now 3, are we all complacent with that being included? The planter, yep. The existing planter shall extend from the south elevation onto the west primary elevation. Condition 5 will be stricken, and condition 6 will be stricken. So just those 4 conditions.
You have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
Wait, 4 conditions or 3 conditions? 2, 3, 4. I think there are 3 conditions.
Number 1, number
No.
3, and number 6 were stricken.
Yeah, so I remember those. So
1, 5, and 6 were stricken, so that leaves 2, 3, and 4, which are 3 conditions, right?
yes. 3 conditions.
Motion carries, project approved. Thank you.
very much.
Now we move to the next case, 25-23, 309 Edgewood Drive.
Is this one?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for seeing our case. My name is Polly Daughtry, Paradello Burgess Design Studio. I'm here on behalf of the client, the owner, Rihanna Lazarin, for 309 Edgewood Drive. You have seen this property before. It was a different owner and it was a different architect, so we're not doing anything that was looked at prior. So this is located in the Prospect Park neighborhood. It's frame vernacular, which in that neighborhood they were built between the 20s and the 50s. Typically they're wood siding. It has wood detailing on it. The first house on the top left is just down the street. This is from the when they were designating the neighborhood. This is that application. So that's at 211 Edgewood Drive, so similar wood siding, detailing. The one on the top right is another property that we previously had gotten approved through this board. We'll reference it later. Again, a lot of that same detailing. And then the one on the bottom is the house. So the primary house is considered contributing. The shed that's in the rear, there was a mistake in the GIS, and it's not considered historic. So these are existing photographs of the house. So you see that front porch does have stucco at the bottom, the little mansard roof.
Let me take a timeout. When you said that there was a mistake in the GIS and it's not considered historic, what was the mistake?
This was in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, thank you.
Yeah, I had brought it up and then they added it to, okay. Just for clarification.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the front porch, it's stucco on the bottom, mansard roof with asphalt shingles. The rest of the house is wood siding. The windows have already been replaced maybe 10 years ago for impact throughout the property. The roof on the rest of the house is shingle. You can see on the rear of the property, in this area, that probably was a porch at one point, which they enclosed. The windows kind of don't really fit. And then at the bottom, you can see that shed that we're removing. So this is the existing site plan. It is 1,305 square foot existing primary residence. On the right side is where Greenwood or Edgewood Drive is. On the, so this is to the south. This is the front porch, and then the rest is enclosed. This is the proposed site plan. So we are proposing to add a 437 square foot covered porch addition to the primary residence, a 675 square foot accessory building, and a little covered area, which is 14 square feet. So these are the site calculations. We can go back to this if you need us to. This was in your package. So the existing floor plan, you can see that there's bedrooms on the one side and a dining room, living room, kitchen, and the laundry at the rear. Demolition floor plan. We'll get into the openings that we're changing in the elevations. Much of the interior walls are to be removed. There's no existing wood flooring or anything like that, so a lot of it's from the 70s. Demolition elevations, we can go back to this if we need to. So the proposed floor plan, what we're doing on this is we're proposing at the Florida room to make it a Florida room instead of a porch. And we're proposing to keep the screened openings exactly how they are, but adding a fixed pane glass window behind it so we can use this as a usable space. That front door, we are replacing. It's a French door right now. We're adding a French door with mullions on it, which we think is more characteristic of the house. In the living room area, in this front space, we're keeping the same opening. Both openings, we're just shifting this one over to the left a little bit. In the kitchen area, there was a window over in this area. We're taking out the windows, and then we're adding 2 casements at the dining area. On the front bedroom, this front window is in the same opening, same size. On this side, we're removing one of the windows, and then we're adding 2 windows. They're the same height, smaller width. In the bathrooms, they were a dining room. They had larger windows, so we're proposing smaller awning windows. In the back bedroom, this window is the same size, same opening. This rear window, we're proposing to shift it over. And then on the rear dining room, we're proposing a slider instead of the door and the windows. And then at the guest house, we're proposing a yoga studio with storage, a bedroom, and a guest bedroom. So each of these have sliders that open into this pool area. This is meant to be like an oasis for them with a covered porch, the pool area. So this is existing and proposed roof plan. So you can see we're proposing to add on to the existing roof exactly what similar roof that's there now. And then for the rear guest house, we're proposing a similar roof. Oh, and to note, the ceiling height in the both the primary and the accessory is 8'5". Existing and proposed elevations. So you can see really the only change on the front is that we're adding the fixed windows to the front porch. And then you can see that guest house at the rear. This is the side, the east elevation. So you can see at the front porch, we're just switching out that front door. At that front bedroom, we're taking out that center window, making it so you can put a bed against that wall with the 2 side windows. These are the awning windows that are proposed in those bathrooms. And then this is the same location for that window at the rear bedroom. We're proposing a covered porch, and then the rear accessory building, so the entry door, and then these are just fixed doors for the storage. This is the back elevation of the main house. So again, with that new covered porch, sliders out the rear dining room, and then we're relocating that back window, removing this window at the bathroom, the existing bathroom. Side view, again, fixed windows at the front porch, shifting of this window in the living space, keeping that same location, removing the kitchen windows and adding dining room casements, adding the covered porch and then the accessory building. And then this is the front and the rear side of the accessory building. So we're proposing sliders on the accessory building and then a trellis above each opening. And then the rear, we have the casements, an awning window. The street elevations. So the center is our project. And then enlarged, so you can see to the left, enlarged, you can see to the right. So it keeps with, it's a smaller scale than some of the houses on the street. Window and doors, we can review if you need to. Perspective, so you can see the front house, addition at the rear. Addition is similar to the front, and then from the other side. All right, so the conditions that are recommended. So the ones in white are the ones that we agree to, clear or low E on the sides, the glass. We have it noted on the plans. The accessory structure shall be used hardy board. We do have it noted as hardy board, but we are happy to do the smooth. And then the primary structure shall use cedar or cypress for wood. The house is in relatively good condition. There's only minor, like rot, which will be replaced. So the intent is to keep with the wood. So the first condition, the proposed roof addition to the primary structure shall be lowered to be at the existing roof height or lower than the existing roof height. So what that means in elevation from the front, it means we'd have to take down the roof 8 inches. And our intent was to keep with the same style of the roof. So sloped up, if we were to bring it down, we'd have a flat portion at the top. Again, on the side, this means 8 inches that we would be bringing it down. And in plan view, that would mean that this little portion at the top would be flat. So we're hoping that you would, not have us do the flat portion, but we're either way, whatever you decide. Number 3, the proposed accessory structure north elevation shall be squared off and hipped, roof protections eliminated to be incorporated into a hipped roof. So again, the intent of this backyard was to be an oasis with the covered porch, with the pool, and the client's comments, she wanted it to be a little bit more interesting than just a square box. So we did these jogs on the wall. And so the intent with that recommendation is to remove these and to flatten out this portion of the roof. Our intent is to do vines up the center and to do bougainvillea above on the trellis. Again, this is what the client would prefer, but we can discuss. The 4th condition was all sliding glass doors shall be replaced with a paired or ribbon French doors or accordion French door with an 8-light or 10-light pattern. So that's on the rear of the main residence and then the front of the accessory building with these 2 sliders. So we had another case. At the beginning of the presentation, I showed you an elevation in the same neighborhood of another house that was frame vernacular. And this is that house. It's the Hughes residence on 221 Greenwood. It was a 2-story primary residence and a 2-story guest house. And we took the French doors off the rear of this dining room, replaced them with sliders. And then in this room, this area, there was a workshop back here. We combined the room, and then we turned this into sliders. So we feel it's a similar condition, and would like you to consider that we may be able to do the sliders. This is elevation. You can see on the rear, we had French doors replaced with a slider, and then on the guest house, we replaced the French doors with a slider. And then finally, the north elevation, condition number 6 of the accessory structure shall have a paired casement W7 where approximately the proposed yoga studio is to be located. So the intent with this is that the yoga studio have a mirror along this back wall so they can exercise in this space with that. This wall is 5 feet off the property line, and what that condition would require us to do is to bring these casement windows over here as well. We would hopefully not have to put them in. It is an expense, and the client doesn't want these windows, so we hope you can reconsider that as well. All right, so just in general, this proposal does include a renovation of the main house, cover porch addition, and then this accessory building. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Polly. Presentation by staff now.
Let's take a short recess.
Assistant Development Services Director for the record. So the applicant did a very thorough review of the project, explanation of the proposal, so I'm not gonna go over that. Just want to highlight a couple of comments based on the conditions of approval. I think the main one is the staff believes the addition is properly done. We have some conditions of approval. We think, for example, the inclusion of the front porch is appropriate. The front porch is designed in a very enclosed form to begin with, so replacing the openings for single pane windows, it's not substantially changing the design of the house, and it will make the space more usable. There are some concerns with the openings, the closing and relocation of the openings, but in general, the new openings have been done maintaining the proportion of the previous one, so we think it's appropriate as it makes the space inside more functional for the new use. So we are in support of that one. The other ones are regarding I think the main one is the change on the recommended change on the accessory structure. The reason why the change on the accessory structure is recommended is because by nature the accessory structures are supposed to be simpler and less simpler than the main structure. So we think this accessory structure has a little bit too much detail for an accessory structure. The recommendation of to just basically remove the two hip roofs and just having one simple structure still will allow the same use, it still allow the same design of the facade, but just have a much simpler design for an accessory structure. The windows or the doors, definitely staff is recommending them to be pair French doors or pair French doors, not sliders, because that is more appropriate for the style of the house. The sliders are definitely a new type of window that was not consistent with the original style of the house. Then I think the other condition is regarding the roof of the house, of the addition, and I think there is in the front elevation is where it is more evident. We believe because it's just adding a porch, it should be maintaining the height of the roof, of the original roof, and not be higher on the back. Another option, if they don't want to do the small flat roof on the top, could be maybe having the porch as a flat roof instead of a part of the hip roof of the house. So that could be an option. But in general, we think the addition is properly done, and staff recommends approval with the conditions based on the finding that the petition meets the required Secretary of Interior standards and additional criteria for rehabilitation and complies with the standards. We have a series of conditions. The applicant went over all of them, but we have that discrepancy of some of them. So here to answer any questions. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions to staff or to the applicant?
Anna Maria, yes, I have a question. I know in the staff memo it talks about the history of the project and to I think prior applications and a code violation, and for us to disregard that, and I kind of respect that. I can respect that, but I know that I've seen this house for windows enclosing the porch before, and I felt that I thought I recall that it has been a consistent recommendation for this property that we were not supportive of those glass enclosures on that porch, on the front porch, and I just want to be reminded of that. And if that's a departure, I also respect that, new staff. But I just want for my edification up here on how to properly review applications.
I have to apologize. I don't have that information. I think Aaron reviewed that, the previous application submitted for this particular property. When I talked with him about the presentation, he didn't mention that that was a recommendation on the previous cases. We just evaluated based on this proposal. We discussed that the board has approved enclosing porches in other cases, so we did not feel it was not appropriate.
I do recall that, but I do recall, I know what you're talking about, yes.
It was this property.
I don't know if it was this property, but it looked a lot like it, and I do recall that,
And
yeah.
they mentioned security concerns, and there was a baby.
Yes, I absolutely
She was
remember that, and there was a
pregnant.
code enforcement case, and.
Yeah. The property's for sale. I know that's not important, but okay.
I am under the same impression. I think that we never approved the enclosure of a porch. I was told that in this case it's a fixed glass. You know, usually when there is a casement window, we wouldn't approve it, but because it's a fixed glass where the frames are not really visible, could be appropriate, but I have my reservations also.
I know that there was one very similar where the applicant had existing Bahama shutters, and they were going to reintroduce that.
It was in
so
Greenview.
It would be completely visually obscured.
Yeah, we approved those ones, that one, but yeah, I
So
remember that one.
Okay, I just wanted, no,
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Can I speak to that for a moment?
Sure.
I actually was here the 2 times they came, and when the client came to me, I was kind of like, oh, this house. Because it was very, very visible. And the drawings that I found at the house that were done by the previous architect showed single hung windows in that front.
Yep.
And then they came back again for a code violation with the baby, or with the pregnant wife and whatnot. We found on the property there was casement windows, so I think they had just done it on their own, and then they were asking for forgiveness.
You're right, she's right, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So I just found it odd that the staff memo mentions and says, but forget it,
Yeah, and I think it was just,
which isn't right.
it had to do with it was denied, and then it was brought back
Okay.
as a code violation, and which kind of rubbed everybody the wrong way, so.
I'm putting off senility for another year or two. I'm not going
And
crazy.
I think the reason why Aaron mentioned the fact that this property had previous cases, it's because, I mean, like, those are kind of not relevant in a sense. I know what you're saying, but this is a new applicant and he's bringing a new proposal, so it should be reviewed with its own merits.
Any other questions?
Are you open to reducing the width of the porch that you're adding on the backside? Is that like a set overall width?
I mean, it meets floor area coverage, it meets lot coverage. It's not something I discussed with the client. They were, trying to get as much space as they can. And if you look at where the window location on that rear bedroom is offset enough to give them a closet, and then there's a grill there. So really, that's why we pushed it out that far on that side, and then it's pushed out on the opposite side because that's, aligned with the dining room.
I'm just looking at the roof reduction ask, and I think looks like you have room on the east and west to squish it. I mean, that might move the grill a little bit, but if at least keeping it with the overall width of the front, you don't even have to do that flat part. The ridge height will naturally match up with the existing ridge height. It might be offset, it might zigzag, but at least would match up. I mean, there's other ways, but I mean, that's one way. I don't know how, there's other roof solutions.
Yeah, I think
that don't involve chopping the roof.
and I think if it was a trade, though, that I think they would prefer that we just detail it so it's like a flatter portion, because you're not going to see it from the ground anyways, and keep that width.
No more questions? No. You have more questions?
I have one more question, or at least, no, I find it myself. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on this case? Okay, so then we move to executive session. I would like to start this now because I have my reservations. You know, I think that the presentation was great, like Ms. Doherty always does it. But I have my reservations because the amount of work that is being done to this house, the amount of windows that are being relocated, the expansion of the house that, you know, extending the existing roof and without keeping the old and differentiating the old from the new, right? I am really concerned about all that. So I wanted to know everybody's opinion because, you know, we discussed tonight even some cases where we were concerned about raising the header of a window or raising the sill, and now we are allowing, are we going to allow relocation of every single window, right? So is this considered a major renovation of this property, and, or, I mean, that is my opinion.
I completely agree. I started with the porch, and I was going to, no pun, wrap around to the window relocations that I had a problem with. The large covered area in the back, which presents a roof overhang problem that could be resolved by reducing it. Perhaps an addition to the main house could be done so that the program aligns better with the existing window openings, as opposed to everyone having to be changed because of the new program being put in. The overall footprint of the existing, of the proposed structure seems a little excessive. I know zoning allows it. I think the telescopic or the sliding windows are problematic and probably shouldn't be proliferated. If we've approved others, we should be pretty consistent. On that note, I'd like to bring up that the porch, they're also demolishing the wall inside the porch. So I know we don't really get into the interior space, but they're introducing that sliding doors into the wall that was dividing the front porch to the interior primary structure. So I think that's kind of problematic. I know we're not really supposed to go inside, but again, changing the nature of this porch into an expansion, literal expansion of the living area through the enclosure of the windows and now the demolition of the front, where the front door was. So I too have some reservations with the proposal.
Thank you.
I think if, I was looking through all these conditions and I think they're all addressable. There's multiple solutions to get the porch roof down, because right now it's like the rear porch. It's like a porch with a house attached and not the other way around. it's like the tail wagging the dog. And you could, even from like a construction standpoint, you could do a smaller roof with a ridge running east-west, joined by a cricket, and that's even easier to install. You don't have to do massive piggyback trusses onto the existing house. You do have to deal with a cricket, but then that's a clear, visually, that's a clear differentiation between the existing house. You kind of retain the existing roof structure and then the porch. But also you could do something simple, reduce the width, and then you have a new mass intersecting with the existing mass, and there's also differentiation there. I think there's multiple ways to handle that. And having a simpler roof structure on the yoga studio actually works with a stepped wall. You just have a simple roof, and then the wall steps back and you have a deeper or shallower eave underneath. That's done quite a bit. I understand the need to have the wall breaks, but I do think it does feel a little busy. I mean, my immediate reaction is when I see a roof is like, how can I make it simpler? Look, even simpler roofs, even on large houses, kind of really, even if there's all this stuff going on, simple roofs tend to make things much more elegant. And so I kind of just I agree with that recommendation. I think the wall could still step and achieve those breaks. I mean, I've done it many times, but just to have a clean hat goes a long way. And then, yeah, I guess the sliding glass doors have been approved previously, but in general, I feel a little bit more agnostic about those, but if you were to ask me, I'd try to avoid using them whenever I could. And then like all those, and maybe like maintain, I don't know what percentage of windows are being moved, but like if we were to maintain like more than 50% of the original window opening, like more than 50% of the original fenestration, or at, I don't know, some sort of threshold, maybe that could mitigate all of this. Because I think, in general, the proposal's reasonable expansion of the property. Like, I mean, it's kind of not a usable house. It's like it's like we're close, and I think all of these conditions can be met. And then maybe we can make a discussion about the fenestration, like what's a reasonable threshold.
So are you suggesting that we come up with some kind of, or like basically say, you have to keep 70% of the original windows? I mean, is that kind of what we're saying?
I guess. I mean, I get, yeah. Like I can see like the back elevation needs cleaned up. The side
Not counting the front porch, the east and west elevation, they're changing every single window.
Yeah.
They're blocking or puncturing new.
Yeah.
Every single one. That's.
And actually, I would say like even like the east elevation looks great on its own. Like I could see the north elevation is a bit of a mess with that, you know, the door and that window on the corner and that skinny window. The west elevation, it's all right, and then the east elevation looks perfectly fine as its own. Of course, I'm not looking at the plan too, but you know, sometimes, you know, it's more about having a facade that reads well, and you can have an off-center window in a shower or room just so you can have a more rational looking facade. And of course, like if we are able to get that differentiation in the roof of the porch and the existing house, like, you know, on the east facade, those three windows, like that would look better.
And also, you know, I think that you suggested narrowing that porch, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't even think
because by doing that, now the roof gets completely detached, and even it can be a little lower, and now you are maintaining the existing roof as it was.
Right, well, I don't even think it has to get skinny, like, I don't think it has to get narrower if you do like do a separate roof that's joined by a cricket. Like it's its own roof, like it was clearly an addition. Later on, you have a big cricket in the middle, like, you know, it's.
But that is what, in this case, the trick of making it 6 inches
Yeah.
narrower from each side,
Yeah.
that plays the.
That would bring the ridge, that would bring where the ridge is ending up down lower already. But I mean, those are two options that they can explore, but I mean, I think the original condition can remain. And then that would, those two solutions would then help differentiate the addition. And maybe the way to amend that condition is like to lower the roof to both, make sure it looks like an addition and a differentiation.
I mean, the only thing I'm thinking is what Oscar said is very true. Like, we were really being sticklers about the other gentleman moving his windows, and this is like a complete wholesale. So maybe there's like a compromise.
I don't know, I think that they should make modifications based on these conditions, the direction, and an attempt to retain the more of more of the original openings. If you count the front porch as being pristine, i.e. not enclosed, they're changing 3 of 4 of the facades. And if you don't count the porch, and you go to the weather wall, they're demolishing that and adding the sliding doors to the front. So if I were going to make a motion, I would defer the matter for the feedback provided in the staff memo and from the board members for design direction.
Absolutely.
Good motion.
Yeah.
Also, Secretary of the Interior Standards, number 10, says new additions and adjacent or related new construction will be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired, which means that by extending the roof, it cannot be removed unless the roof gets demolished.
No, piggyback trusses are a nightmare. I avoid them.
Polly, do you have clear direction? Okay. I'll try to refine it in the motion.
You can,
No, come.
if you would like to speak, please come to the podium.
Just to go through this really quickly, number 1 is fine. Number 2, that's fine. Number 3, that's fine. Number 4, what was the direction on number 4?
No sliding glass doors.
Even on the accessory? Okay. Number 6 was not discussed.
Number 6, I am not worried, really. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. And then,
The one condition that's not here, which I am going to propose, is that the original openings.
Yeah, your mic is not on.
I'm sorry. The original openings on the primary structure be retained on the sides and the front, and the porch not be enclosed. That's going to be my motion. To continue with that direction.
Recommendation.
is there any way to do a compromise? Because one of the biggest ones was the window in the kitchen. And
Well, if you come back next month with just the window in the kitchen modified, I'm sure the board would be more amenable to that than every single opening being modified. How's that? Okay. To the June 24th meeting is okay? Or would you like to July?
I guess we're gonna have to continue it.
2 month?
No, just
1
one.
month? And that was to 24th, right?
June 24th.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue case file 2523, following the discussions from this dais and the conditions in the staff memo, with the exception of condition 6, and bring back modified drawings to the June 24th, 2025 HPB meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a second.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we move to the last case of the night. Thank you for your patience. Is case number 25-30, 2916 Washington Road.
Hello, my name is Davis Tambrin from YRA Design. I am the architect for this project. We have designed a new residence located at 2916 Washington Road in the Prospect Southland Park Historical District. We are proposing the demolition of a single-story, non-contributing residence with an attached garage, and proposing the construction of a two-story contemporary Spanish colonial-style residence with an attached two-car garage. There will be an outdoor living area at the rear of the residence. From the last staff meeting with Ana Maria Ponte and Aaron Borngreiber, we designed the residence listening to the comments and suggestions from staff. The size and mass of the house is consistent with the new homes on the east side of Washington Road and the larger existing homes on the west side of Washington Road. The second floor steps in from the front, rear, and side elevations, providing visual interest. The floor plan has been designed offering variation in the planes of the front, rear, and side elevations. The home is located on the east side of Washington Road. The new residence has been positioned in the center of the 22,139 square foot waterfront lot. Architectural features found in the district have been incorporated into the design of the new residence. Those are the precast stone surround at the covered entry and the precast stone moldings like that of 2881 Washington Road, the trellis and roof tile like 2914 Washington Road, the window mutton pattern like 3211 Vincent and 2914 Washington Roads, and the window sills and railings like the homes on the Villa Road. The precast stone will have a sand finish. All of these elements create a unique and intimate cohesive design. The home will be finished with a smooth float stucco finish. The color palette for the home is a taupey gray with white accents to complement the adjacent homes. The windows at the front of the house will have clear glass. The roof will be a variegated color flat tile roof. The streetscape shows that our proposed house is in proportionate to the traditional styles homes on the right and left side of the residence. The roof plan shows the single and two-story portion of the home having a 5 and 12 pitch. The streetscape shows both sides of the street with the existing house shown. It shows a diversity of styles from several non-contributing style homes to several Mediterranean and traditional style homes, including a recently approved contemporary style home located at 3030 Washington Road. This is the house we are proposing to demolish. I am glad to have had the opportunity to submit this residence for your review and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Presentation by staff.
The applicant already explained their proposed project, so I'm just gonna try to go over the most concerning details about this one. Just a quick fun note, Aaron found this reference in the newspaper from the original construction of the existing house that says that it cost $24,000 to build it. So just fun detail, 1968. Or no, it was before, but I think was a fun note. There's some reference to the existing structure. It's a non-contributing structure. The houses on Washington, on the east side of Washington, the two adjacent properties are also non-contributing, but across the street on the west side are three contributing structures in Mediterranean Revival and Monterey style. So just as a reference of what the context is. And the property, as proposed, the project generally complies with the zoning and land development regulations, except for the north facade. There is some issue with the height of the wall at the setback line. I think they need to reduce the height of that wall by, we think, approximately 6 inches to meet compliance. They have the setbacks, it's a little larger, but the height of the wall is larger than what it will meet. So that needs to be taken into account, and we think it's around 6 inches, so they have to reduce it. But that's the only thing that does not comply in terms of the zoning and land development regulations. The rest, they meet with all the requirements. In terms of the design of the house, staff has some conditions of approval that will address some of our concerns and bring the proposal into compliance with Secretary of Interior standards. I'm not gonna go over the details of the elevation because the applicant went over. I'm gonna go over the context. This is the streetscape section. So the houses on the east side of Washington tend to be large in scale. So this shows like the massing of the house in the adjacent property. And basically, the older houses are getting demolished and new houses being built in there when they are non-contributing structures. So it's not new that a house like this scale is being proposed in these properties. We have identified a couple of concerns that we would like to address. One of the comments is regarding the size of the windows. As proposed, staff is recommending that the windows get a little bit narrower to kind of be more consistent with the style that is proposed. So in terms of proportion, making the windows more vertical instead of wider, and allow also for more realistic approach towards the shutters, that if they close, the proportion should be right. So it needs to be adjusted to be more consistent with the shutter style of a window. So the shutters should be functional, or pretend to be functional. So they have to be or single or double or triple, depending. So but the windows, if they are narrower, it will make it more viable to make the proportions right. The other concern that we have and recommendation for this case is regarding the facade where this is the primary bedroom. where the windows are not centered on this facade. So we're recommending basically modification of the ground floor bathroom to match the upper bedroom, and that way the windows can be centered on that elevation to kind of be consistent with the style of the house. There is also a minor comment regarding the summer kitchen. They have a wall where they're putting some, the summer kitchen, that wall needs to be, or lower, to be 3 feet in height, so they meet the percentages of enclosure for an open space, so it doesn't count as part of the FAR. There's also a recommendation by staff to add some additional windows on the north elevation, because it has larger percentages of the elevation that have blank walls, so some additional elevations should be added in there to be consistent with the rhythm of solid and voids for this architectural style. Then the next one, similar to what was discussed with the previous case, staff is recommending that the sliding glass doors be replaced for French doors or pair French doors. That with those recommendations and those modifications, the staff believes the application, we recommend approval with the conditions if they are done, complies with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be 2 votes, demolition and then new construction.
Questions to the applicant or to staff?
What style did you say this house was?
Spanish colonial, according to Aaron, he had defined it as a contemporary Spanish colonial in his report, so I just reiterated that style.
What would you call it?
I would call it more of a traditional colonial style or transitional colonial style.
Okay.
Would you be amenable to incorporating kind of blind windows on the street fronting blank wall of the garage in lieu of that green vine?
We had some previously shown when we had some preliminary meetings with Aaron and Ana Maria, and they had recommended that we remove them.
Okay. And you're comfortable with all of the items as condition of approval by the staff memo?
Yes.
And are the renderings drawn as proximate to form in terms of the darkness of the intent of the client? Can you talk about the roof color and the paint color and the window frame color and the?
Well, the renderings have variations in the color due to the sunlight that's used in the program. However, the true colors are on sheet A-6. And we call out specific Sherman-Williams paint colors, as well as the specific roof tile from Eagle, the Hillsborough collection.
Thank you. A6 is a section.
To the left of the section. To the left of the section, there is a roof material and color, handrail colors, exterior wall colors. Here they are.
Thanks. I have a different A6. But okay.
The A6 in our packet is kind of sideways, but
Window and door schedule. Anyway.
That's my A6.3.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? There is anybody in the public that would like to speak on this case? Yeah, please, if you come to the, would you please approach the podium and say your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Brenda Castellano. I live 4 houses south of this property. I'm very happy to see that there'll be an improvement. I did know the former people that own the house, which they would have done the same thing, but they got hit by some stock problems, so they sold the house. But I think it would be a noted improvement for the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience and staying until 9:20. Thank you. All right, so then we move to executive session. Somebody wants to start? I mean, it's a style that we don't see very often. I think that the conditions of approval will improve, probably some of the concerns that I had.
I think we need this house kind of needs to pick a lane. A lot of the examples that were shown at the beginning were not of any historical houses or any historical precedent. Trying to, I think there's a lot of work to be done. Like, I can see where it maybe wants to head in one way, maybe where it wants to head another way, but it's got a lot going on. Going back to an earlier comment I made about roofs, when I see a roof plan like this, I see a plan wanting of clarity. It's kind of a lot going on. It's not asymmetrical, it's not symmetrical. I there's a number of things I could pull out, and it's kind of hard to say because I don't know if the house is any kind of style. I know, really, it's the best thing can be said. It's like a 90s interpretation of what traditional might be, but it's not really traditional at all.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
By all means, go for it.
No, I was just going to also, I was focusing on the west elevation, the front elevation, and kind of going with the roof, that it almost doesn't make sense, the roof heights where they're at in the very tripartite division of the facade, and then the roofs are askew.
Well, even this one, where the 1-story meets the 2-story, like you're looking at the south elevation, it's there's too many massing changes in plan. There's no clarity in the forms, which again, if this was, it's a modern house with a pitched roof. It's not traditional in any sense of the word. Like, it would look fine if it had a flat roof, but if we're trying to be in it, yeah.
Yep. Typically you see, I find that you see this departure with kind of Jekyll and Hyde when you have waterfront facing properties, which I think we can all totally understand why you see a different rear facade when you're facing the water versus the primary facade facing the street, because you want the views of the water. I completely get it, but if you look at the east and west elevation, they really do look like two different houses, and the only thing unifying them is that crooked roof at the top. But the windows change, the style of the windows change, the lack of the I just went blank. The shutters, the expression of the mullions, the duality of sliders and the French doors.
Yeah, I think the most concise and clearest comment I can say is to go back and look at actual historic precedent in the neighborhood, not anything that was built after 1950, certainly nothing that was built in the last 10, 15 years. Because the problem is even if it's something, let's say it's something that was built 10 years ago, and we all really liked it. It's like copying a copy of a copy of a copy just dilutes things over time. And so maybe the precedent that's new looks good in its own sense, but maybe they were copying or like being informed by something more directly versus having some sort of language that's diluted. This is what I mean. I don't think this house is a style. I think it's a modern house with a pitched roof.
Here's my comment. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. I feel it's underwhelming. It falls flat. You have an opportunity. It's a clean slate. It's a brand new construction. And you have all the opportunity in the world to make this a remarkable property. And you have the group up here to say, let's make it happen. Let's make something special to last an impression for another 100 years. So I think it might need a little refinement. Pick a lane on where you need to go and then drive home with that. But that's just my interpretation of would I live to live there? Absolutely. This is a stunning property. Take this as an opportunity to perhaps refine what you have, because this is a one-of-a-kind property. That's how I feel, and can't really give guidance because all we are able to do is judge what's in front of us, but that's a quiet part for me.
Do you think that you have enough information to try again and try next month? I mean, if we look at the rendering that is on there, because I think that is, you know, the flat elevation probably doesn't do too much justice, you know, and if we look at the rendering, has probably a little bit more of interest, you know, but still, I think that, you know, there are a lot of things like voids to solid relationships. I think that there is, in a style like this, you want more wall and less glass, right? And the shutters should be really to fit the windows width. So with that, and if somebody wants to make a motion to continue,
I'll make a motion, but I saw the gentleman gesture.
would you like to?
I did have a comment.
Sure, please.
With regards to the shutters, we did intend for the shutters to be bifolding or triple folding. We do have a detail on that in the presentation. In addition, I just want to say that we've been given, because staff has changed so many times from the beginning of this project from last year, we've been given different direction as to the style that they wanted us to proceed. So our first presentation in front of Valentina, who's no longer part of staff, was she wanted to do a contemporary home similar to 3030 Washington. So we came up with a presentation to present it to staff. She was no longer there. Then we presented in front of Anna Maria and Aaron, and they said, we don't want to do a contemporary, even though it was previously approved at 3030, we want you to go with the Monterey style. But we said, well, there are other styles that are traditional that have been approved, similar to 2914 Washington. So we tried to emulate that one because that was the direction that was given to us through staff. So since then, we've redesigned the exterior of the house and the floor plan approximately 4 times without giving us clear direction as to the style and appropriateness for the area. So it would be better to understand what is permitted in that historic zone, because like I said, we've been told do traditional, do contemporary, do this. So we'd like some clear direction when it comes to the appropriateness of the style of the home.
We understand, but, you know, the opinion of the board also, you know, matters. There is here in the new construction and alteration compatibility standards, for example, it says design styles. New buildings should take their design cues from the surrounding buildings. Traditional or contemporary design standards and elements should relate to the surrounding buildings. So,
and that's why we originally designed the contemporary, because it was stressed by Valentina that we should go in that lane, because that's what's going to be approved through the board. So that's why our first presentation to them, which she never saw, was contemporary. So we've been misguided throughout when it comes to
This has come before the board before?
not before the board, before staff.
Oh, okay.
so this is a very prominent site,
Yes.
right? It's a very important site.
And that's why when we were retained by the owner, we went directly to staff to find some kind of clear direction so we could design appropriately.
Okay, I think, yeah.
I, as a staff member myself, just not here, I completely empathize with you, and I can see how frustrating it would be. That said, if only you had to get through staff.
Yes, no, and I agree.
So the staff does their best to be a liaison to you, to come to us. And unfortunately, I would have to say, regardless of the style, we want to see the style done well. And my colleague's question to you about what style do you call this, you even kind of struggled, and we're trying to struggle in identifying style on this proposal. So perhaps if you presented a modern style, it also would, modern architecture done badly, I'm not suggesting you would do something badly, but is atrocious. And, you know, it's almost as, the proportion is almost as tricky as doing classical architecture. People don't really think that because it's just white boxes with punctured openings. But regardless, do you feel that you have enough direction from this dais?
I believe I do have enough information at this time.
Would you like, do you think 1 month turnaround is enough time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'll move the, make a motion that application 2530 be continued to the June 24th meeting at the direction found in the conditions of the staff memo and by design direction provided by the members on this dais.
You have a second?
Second.
All is in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed, motion carries. See you next month. And this, I'm sorry?
Am I able to do the demolition? There's supposed to be 2 votes, one on the house.
No. Demolition has to be approved with a new construction. Thank you. Before we adjourn, I wanted to say that probably this packet is the best that we ever received. So kudos to Ana Maria and Anthony, because really,
We're trying very hard to give you as much information as possible so you can make your decisions.
Absolutely, really remarkable. And Anna Maria, I hate to do this, but I do have one matter. If you and your team can look in a new build on Clematis Street and right near the Bright Line station, it's the new 5-story building.
Uh-huh.
I think it's called Vine on Clematis.
that was approved by us.
I know.
It's Keith Spina.
I know, and I
Yes.
already emailed him, texted him. There are, and I've been on your, I'm on, I know what happens, but can you please check the permit drawings? This is a prominent location with street frontage on Clematis and
Quadro Plaza Drive.
Quadro Plaza Drive and an alley. And there are 2 backflow preventers installed on Clematis Street.
I know.
That
I
is,
know.
that actually is so detrimental to a pedestrian street and a historic district that it's atrocious. I don't know if they have their CO. I've been there with backflow preventers, how they magically appear in the MEP, but they need to be removed.
I
It's
agree
atrocious.
with you. I was walking last week
2 of them.
and I say, what happened? Where are these backflow preventers? I was the planner who approved that originally, that project. I didn't oversee the construction or the building permit, but I saw it. I went back to the office and I asked, I haven't checked the drawings, but it seems they were there from the beginning, according with what I heard from the engineer department. The water line is on Clematis, not on the alley. The engineering department did not, or the utilities department did not want any connections through the alley. But I'm with you. I was like, how is that possible? I sent an email about it asking and everything. So I'll try to find out more.
Is that part of downtown?
Yeah.
So I was under the impression, because I ran into the issue with my building, and I was told, well, that is not downtown. You can have the backflow preventers outside. But all our buildings in downtown have the backflow preventers inside the building.
I'm not even asking inside it.
I don't
There's
know
2
what
other
happened.
streets.
Yeah, it
to put
is
on.
I agree with you. It's horrible. When I saw it, I was shocked that
I haven't seen it, and I walk every day.
They're the biggest ones you've ever seen.
on Clematis, yes, 2 instead of 1. Yes.
Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
Have a second?
I'm so happy that I'm not the only one obsessed with the backflow preventers.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much.